Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot live stream, the Friday live stream to be specific, where we begin the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next 5 to 6 hours, somewhere in between that. Hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves, and let's have an enjoyable Friday evening. Let's start out with some music. Easy background. Hello, Andres Lopez. Buenos tardes. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Happy Friday. Hope your week was productive. It was. I got a lot of videos done. Popped out a lot of good content on the channel. Did some small articles. I have been working on a big article. I'm 4,000 words in, but haven't finished it yet, to be honest with you. And that's more due to my own lack of willpower to finish it, because I don't know how to finish it. Hello, Rusty. Good afternoon. Privet. Simano Theodore. I don't know what that means. Is that Italian? Hello, Goose Hunter. Recently learned that Le Mort de Jour sounds even better in orchestra. I don't know. I've never heard of that. Hello, Matt Mick. Hello, Alexis Corral. Doing well. We're going to begin this weekend with a good stream. Hello, Eli Asbestos. Hello, Enrique Guimares. It's time for some theology. That's correct. We have a bunch of stuff to talk about. We're going to be talking about Syrian migrants in Europe. We're going to be talking about Trump pulling aid from most of the world, with the exception of Israel and Egypt. We're going to be talking about the potential for a revolution in Egypt to overthrow Mr. al-Sisi, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. We're going to be talking about more pedophiles in the Catholic Church. No surprise. So this isn't much of a news story, as it is just more of an observation as to how entrenched Sodom is in the Vatican. We'll also be talking about Turkey's rising naval power and really how the world has not been focusing on this, when the reality is that this is something that is worthy of our attention, and there's just not a whole lot of focus on Turkey's growing military power and how that power is being projected on Africa, and really mainly on the Mediterranean and on the Black Sea. We'll be talking about war crimes in Ukraine. We're going to be talking about the rise of European militarism in the midst of American isolationism, or really American indifference, or growing American indifference towards Europe. And I'll be just talking about whatever comments pop up on this chat, because you guys are huge contributors to this stream. If it weren't for you guys, doing these streams would be like doing a pre-recorded video. It'll just be me thinking, okay, what do I talk about? Let's just pull out all the information from my head as much as I can. With the chat, you can bounce ideas off of the interlocutors involved in the stream, and that just stimulates the mind so much more and makes it so much easier to think of ideas and to brainstorm and to make observations. And a lot of times, actually every single time I do these streams, your guys' comments will trigger memories in my mind, remind me of things that I thought of before in the past, or will make me think of something that I didn't think about before. So this is why live streaming is really important, because I think of ideas here. And I bounce ideas off of you guys, and you guys bounce your ideas back at me. and we go back and forth, and then I may think of something new, or you guys may remind me of something that I almost forgot. So here we go. Hello, Zen Master. Loved your podcast prediction of the Alpha Gen becoming Nazified in the future. I appreciate that. Yep, I wrote an article about this about 5 years ago or so, maybe 6 years ago. I wrote a whole article about Generation Alpha and what to expect. And one thing that I learned about it during my research was that Generation Alpha is expected by some to be a little bit more nationalistic, actually a lot more nationalistic than recent past generations. Looking forward to another sweet Shubat soiree. Appreciate that, Gypsy Bird, although I don't speak French. Talk more on exposing eugenics. Oof. I'm glad you appreciate this, Andres Lopez. This is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. And I did not know about the Vatican's ties with eugenics. You know, I knew that there were Nazis who were Catholic. I knew that there was Nazi sympathies that existed within the Vatican during World War II, but I did not really know about the Vatican's ties with the modern day eugenics movement until just a matter of until some weeks ago, and then I've been reading this book on the history of Darwinism, and the book talks about this guy Pierre Teilhard de Chardin and how he was this Jesuit priest who was pushing evolutionism in the Vatican, and how eventually the church accepted Teilhard's teachings, and Teilhard was a hardcore eugenist. He was a hardcore eugenist. Even in the 1950s, after World War II, Teilhard was a eugenist. So I did that video, uploaded it, and it got put out there today. And I don't know, some people have watched it. We'll see if it gets more views. Who knows? Start being more interested in this topic, but who knows? What about the war in Congo? What about it? Tell me, Mr. Dave 455. Tell me about Congo. Let's hear it. Educate me. That's why we do these streams. You know, these streams are not just about me educating people. It's about you guys educating me. Because believe me, I'm not that educated. I'm just as clueless as the next guy when it comes to a lot of things. There are certain things that I'm more knowledgeable on than the average person, I will admit. I mean, I'm not blowing smoke up my ass. It's just the truth. But I am a limited man just like any other man. And I only have so much time in my day to learn about certain things. I can't educate myself on every damn thing. And all these wars that happen, they always happen against a background that is historical and complex, and there's a lot of history to learn. So it takes a lot of time to educate oneself on something as dramatic as a civil war, you know, something as serious as a civil war. So tell me about the Congolese civil war, because I've been focusing on Syria, Turkey, Europe. I've been focusing on Sudan. Sudan is something I've talked about. I've been focusing on Turkey's interest in the Horn of Africa. We've talked a lot about that on this channel. I've talked a lot about the Vatican. So educate me on Congo. Music in the background is great. Glad you like it. I know. I just want to first say that I apologize for not streaming last week. Got some sort of stomach bug. All right. A lot of conflicts are happening in Africa, but I don't know how much about them. I don't know. There's always a war going on in that continent. Shalom. Shalom alaikum. Hey, Ted. Good to be here. I'm glad you're here, Mr. Hana. Eugenics were still big after World War II, if my memory serves me right. The last one to utilize eugenics was Sweden. That's correct. Yeah, Sweden did not remove its eugenics program until 1970s, I believe, somewhere around there. But the fact is that it's in the Vatican, you know, and it's not just something that happened in the 50s. It's not just something that some Catholics had interest in the 50s. You see Catholics having interest in modern day eugenics right now. Right now. The fact that the Vatican would invite Jamie Metzl twice and invite him to write an essay for the Vatican in this essay, if you look at it, he explicitly promotes eugenics. So, again, this is something that the Catholic Church, I believe that the Vatican is just slowly, gradually, incrementally pushing. And this is an agenda that the Vatican is incrementally getting itself involved in. And I think it's only going to get worse as years go by. And I think the Vatican will eventually become more and more conspicuous about this agenda. Didn't a Catholic priest / monk give us the science of genetics? Yeah, Mr. Mendel, I believe. Mendelssohn, whatever his name was. I think it was Mendel. Yeah, Big Bang. That's right. Yep. That's correct. That's correct. So it's not really surprising that the Vatican would have ties or have any sort of collaboration with Jamie Metzl or with Teilhard, for that matter. I work in the DOD, and a lot of people are anxious about the government downsizing. Department of Defense. So what do you do in the DOD? I'm curious. Do you work in the Pentagon? Where do you work? Yeah, I already read this. Maybe you don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody brings up the Congo, and I said, educate me, and they're not educating us. Science can be used for good, but sadly, yeah, I know, it's many times used for evils. Many times used for evil. So, let's begin the stream, shall we? I'm going to be here for the next, I don't know, 5 to 6 hours. So, let's have some fun. So let's talk about Syrian migrants in Germany. What's going to happen to them? What could happen to them, and how there is really a push to deport all of them. And there's a national debate that's going on in Germany right now, whether or not to deport all of them or to deport some of them. And I expected this sort of thing to happen. I expected that there was going to be a national debate over who to deport, over whether or not these people should be, by these people I mean Syrian migrants, whether or not Syrian migrants should be forced to be deported, or whether or not they should be incentivized to leave, right? So this is the big thing. And the question is who's going to win? Is it going to be the people who say, okay, let's deport the criminals, and let's incentivize the average person, the average migrant, to leave, but let's not do mass deportations? Or is it going to be the people who say, let's deport them all? You know, who's going to win? Which one of the factions is going to win? Is it going to be a moderate, or is it going to be a fanatic? My fear is that the fanatics will win in the end, because it just seems like people want to go down that road. It seems like too many people just love the idea of hard-line political ideology, and they want that hardliner. You know, they fantasize about this leader who's a hardliner, who's going to be ruthless, who's just going to take all of them out, drive all of them out. We don't give a damn. And this is, I fear that this is the road that humanity is paving for itself. I work on one of the bases as a civilian doing IT work. Oh, I see. We all got an email about deferred resignation. They want a lot of us to resign. Hot damn. So what's your opinion on Trump pulling aid out of all these countries? Is the United States serious about sort of withdrawing from Europe and then pushing the Europeans to do their own thing? What's your thought about that? I've been to Moscow last week visiting a friend of mine and celebrating Chinese Snake New Year. You were in Moscow? Really? And how was that like? What was that like? Speaking of science being abused for evil, ever heard of lysenkoism? No, I have not. I'll have to look it up. Lysenkoism. Let's look that up. Lysenkoism, that's a weird name, was a political campaign in the Soviet Union in the mid-20th century that rejected genetics and science-based agriculture. It was based on the pseudo-scientific ideas of Soviet biologist Trofim Lysenko. Well, how is this science being used for evil when it clearly says here that it's pseudoscience? Well, I guess you could say Darwinism is pseudoscience as well. It was against genetics. The president of the Soviet Agriculture Academy. Okay, so the Soviet Union was against genetic biology, or the study of genetics. So was this an extreme response to Nazism? Is that what that was? There you go. 1928. In 1928, rejecting natural selection and Mendelian genetics, Trofim Lysenko claimed to have developed agricultural techniques which could radically increase crop yields. He claimed in particular that vernalization, exposing wheat seeds to humidity and low temperatures, could greatly increase crop yield. He claimed further that he could transform one species into another. Basically, he could transform one species, Triticum durum spring wheat, into Triticum vulgare, common autumn wheat, through 2 to 4 years of autumn planting. This species transition he claimed to occur without intermediate form. However, this was already known to be impossible. That's weird. So what did this lead to? Did it lead to a famine? That's weird. So I'm guessing this was a response to Nazism. The Congolese government is fighting militant rebels backed by Rwanda, and the rebels have raided a major city in East Congo. Hot damn. A giant humanitarian disaster like Sudan. That's sad. I gotta look more into that. It feels like Trump opened the Pandora box of deportation. Yep. And you'll see other European countries wanting to mimic America, and perhaps the Europeans will become worse. Just like the Europeans were worse than the Americans when they were inspired by American eugenist policy. And they took American eugenist policy and they went on steroids and they butchered millions of people. People in Moscow are great. That's awesome. I'm sure you had some great vodka there. Let's say spring came to Moscow 1.5 months early. Yeah, there's been some weird climate changes, let me tell you. There has been some weird climate changes, all right? So I'll give you guys an example. When I first moved to Texas, my first year in Texas, there were massive rains and there was snow. It was weird. There was snow. And they said, well, this is a one-time thing, whatever. And then the preceding, some of the following years, we didn't really have snow. We would get rain during the summer and things like that. Early summer rains, we would get springtime rains, things like that. And there's nothing abnormal about that. But one thing that I noticed about Texas in my first 8 years or so living here, not 8 years. One thing I noticed about Texas within the first decade of living here was that it was quite easy to garden here. So I started gardening seriously in Texas in 2013. That's when I really started gardening here. I would grow Swiss chard, I would grow beets and all sorts of leafy greens, kale, collards, turnips, things of that sort. And so I began doing this in 2013. I began gardening. And I thought, wow, it's really easy to grow stuff here. I would grow eggplant in the spring, get tons of eggplant, get tons of hot peppers. It was great. It was really great. And then something happened in 2021 where it just, I don't know, the climate kind of began to shift, I noticed. And it would get super hot during the summer. So 2021 comes in, summer comes in, it's hot. And you would all of a sudden get these weeks where it would be 100 plus degrees consecutively, just day after day after day, 100 plus degrees. And you couldn't really grow much. I mean, you can get an eggplant here and there, you'll get a pepper here and there, but plants really can't grow. They can't give you an abundant yield when it's 100 plus degrees every day for weeks. They're just not going to give you an abundance of eggplant, an abundance of tomato, an abundance of peppers. You're just not going to get that unless you have a drip irrigation system and you're using that drip irrigation system excessively to the point where you're going to leave the drip irrigation system on for 5 hours straight in a given day. But unless you do that, unless you do something like that, you're not going to get really an abundance of fruit. And so 2021 comes in super hot, 2022 comes in super hot, 2023 comes in, and it's just, holy shit, like I'm not growing food like I used to. I'm just not, and so the climate has indeed changed. It has. I remember the days I would just get an eggplant seed. I would get multiple eggplant seeds. And in the springtime, I would just go out and I would throw the seeds in the ground. I'd give them like 1.5, 2 feet of space between each plant. Water it. The plants would grow really fast, and I would get an abundance of eggplants. It was great. Same thing with peppers. I'll get a little pepper plant the peppers, and I'd put, banana peppers, Hungarian peppers, jalapenos, habaneros. I get all this variety of pepper, plant them out, give them about 2 feet of space each, and I would get tons of peppers. And you just go out there, you water them twice a day. In the peak of summer, it's fine. Now, when it's 100 plus degrees outside for days, those poor pepper plants can't produce that much. You don't get that much fruit when it's that hot. Same thing goes with eggplants. So the gardening culture has just declined. Now, gardening is still really good out here during the fall and in the early winter. I got a lot of turnips for this winter. I got a decent amount of beets this winter. So really the best time to grow food out here is in the spring and in early winter. That's the best time to grow food. The best time to start growing food is in early fall. That's the best time to start growing food. And then you'll get a harvest. And by early fall, I mean, you could plant tomatoes out, but once you get a hard freeze, those tomatoes are going to be damaged to the point where they're not going to produce any more fruit. Unless you use a frost protector, like a frost cloth. But if you plant brassicas, cabbages, if you plant beets, turnips in early fall here, you'll get yourself a really good harvest by the early to midwinter. You'll get yourself a really good harvest. There was a guy that I met here back in the summer of last year, and he works at a local nursery. And I was talking to him about gardening. He's a gardener. He's born and raised in Texas. And he told me, he said, you got a lot of people that are coming down here from up north, and they're coming in here and they're asking, well, where are the vegetables? And I tell them, sir, you're in the middle of June. You ain't going to grow a damn thing out here. And they say, well, back in Pennsylvania, we grow vegetables in June. Well, this ain't Pennsylvania. And he told me, he said, the best time to start growing food here is in the fall. The fall, he told me. That's the best time to grow food here. So you grow food in the fall. You go out, You plant your seeds out October. Right when September or October comes, that's your time to grow. You take the seeds, you plant out everything as much as you can. Beets, turnips, any sort of brassicas, Swiss chard, cabbages, all that stuff. You want to start it, bam, either in middle of September or right in the beginning of October. That's when you want, or in the middle of October you can start. But I prefer to do things early on. That way I get a nice head start. And you want to grow good, resilient plants. This year I grew Korean turnips or Korean radishes, daikons. And those grow so well here. I had one bed, and in this bed I grew, what do you call them? I grew what they call in England Swedes or rutabagas. So I had Swedes and I had Korean radishes. And it was so, I should have taken a picture of it. If you looked at the rutabagas got munched up by insects. Not the root, but the leaves. The leaves got torn up by insects. And you'll just see, you'll look at the rutabagas and you'll just see just shotgun birdshot holes on all the leaves. And those poor things had a lot of difficulty growing. But then you look at the Korean radishes, and my God, those Korean radishes completely untouched by insects. Completely. The holes, pristine. And I'm thinking, how is it possible that Korean radishes, daikons, have zero insect damage, but the rutabagas are filled with damage? Now, the rutabagas, I'll tell you, the roots taste better than the daikons. They do. The daikons are more, they're more cabbagey, more mustardy. They're a little bit bitter, but if you harvest them after a really nice frost, they do have a little bit of sweetness to them. But the rutabaga roots have more sweetness to them. And so perhaps that's the reason why the insects went after them. But I went to a different garden bed where I had just planted daikons. Same thing. Zero damage on the leaves. So the Korean radishes are very resilient. And I don't know why that is. But I will tell you, I'm going to end this topic because I've been talking too long about gardening. There has been a shift in the climate. There's just no doubt about it. I've been gardening seriously since 2013, and I can tell you right now, from the years 2013 all the way up to 2020, it was really easy to grow vegetables. In fact, I would argue that 2020 was the last good year of gardening in the decade, in the last 8 years or so that I've been gardening. Well, the last 10 years or so I've been gardening. 2020, in my whole gardening experience, 2020 was the best year of gardening. We had a ton of rain, I remember, in the spring. The soil was perfect. Everything grew in abundance. Everything. Eggplants grew in abundance. It was amazing. And after the greatest year of gardening that I've ever had, I noticed a shift in the climate. And I hope that it gets better. Who knows? But 2021, that's when it began to shift. And now, if you come to Texas, in southern Texas or central Texas, in the peak of summer, or as some southerners say, summer, in the peak of summer, you will be experiencing 100 plus degree temperatures for weeks. And unless you're using rigorously a drip irrigation system, excessively a drip irrigation system, forget dreaming of having an abundance of anything unless you're growing basil. Basil grows really well out here. So what I'm going to do this year, I'm going to do things a little bit different. When summer comes, because last year I would try to grow a bunch of eggplant. And every week or so, I'd get a couple eggplants here and there, and that's it. And let me tell you, I tried everything. I was watering my plants twice a day. I was using hand water, not drip irrigation. I gave those plants chicken manure, cow manure, so 2 different types of shit. And I gave them chemical fertilizers. And I put shade cloths, 40% shade cloths. And the shade cloths were nice in the sense that they kept the leaves perky, even in the peak of summer, even in the when it was at the hottest point of the day, the leaves would still stay perky because the shade cloths would protect them from excessive sunlight. But they didn't give me an abundant yield of eggplant. They did not. And it was a arduous task. I'll be honest with you guys. I'd wake up thinking, okay, I got to go water my eggplants. I did not want to water them because I planted a lot of eggplants last year. And it just felt, I'll be honest with you guys, it felt like a waste. It felt like a waste of energy. I hate to say it. It breaks my heart to say it. A waste of water and just a waste of time. Because here I was watering all these plants and taking care of them and babying them and pruning them and making sure that they were fed and the soil was rich and doing all this stuff only to get a couple of eggplants a week. I did get an abundance of eggplant in the spring, so planted my eggplants in early spring, so basically not too long after the last frost. So in March, planted my eggplants, middle of March, and got a good abundance of eggplant within the spring season. Got a decent amount of eggplant in early summer, and then once you got into the peak of summer, when it was getting 100 plus degrees every day, I was only getting about 1 or 2 eggplants a week. 1 or 2 or 3 eggplants. And that was me watering twice a day, I gave them chicken manure, an abundance of chicken and cow manure. And eventually I gave them chemical fertilizers, and none of that could fix the problem. I realized the only way to fix that problem, the only way to get an abundance of fruit in the midst of excessive summer heat, where it's 100 plus degrees Fahrenheit every day for weeks, is to rigorously and excessively use a drip irrigation system, where you turn on a drip irrigation system every day or every other day, and you leave it on for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. There was a garden. There is a garden Instagram page that I started following a while back ago, and they're not too far away from where I am. And I wrote them because I noticed that they had this abundant garden, and it was 100 plus degrees every day. And I said, well, how in the hell are you getting all these fruits, eggplants and tomatoes and all this stuff? And they wrote back to me, and they said, every single day we turn on our drip irrigation system and we leave it on for 5 hours. Well, I don't have a drip irrigation system. I don't want a drip irrigation system. And I don't want to set up a drip irrigation system. I've always been a hand waterer. Old school. So I'm going to do things a little bit different this summer. I planted out a whole bunch of beets outside. I'm going to plant burdock in a little bit. Probably tomorrow I'll plant a bunch of burdock. And then what I'm going to do is the beets are going to grow. We've been getting some decent rains lately, so the beets are going to grow. They're going to flourish. I'm going to grow out those beets throughout the rest of winter. Hopefully, we're not going to get a heavy freeze. I don't think we will. I'm just looking at the weather forecast. And then let those beets grow. Harvest them probably sometime in the middle of spring or perhaps late spring. Harvest all the beets. And harvest all the burdock. And I'm just going to grow some hot peppers, because those do decently well, even during the summer. Even they can survive through the summer. They're pretty durable. Grow a bunch of hot peppers, like habanero, jalapeno, that sort of thing. And then grow a bunch of basil. Make it easy on myself. And that's it. But I've been talking for way too long about gardening, guys. Way too long. But who gives a shit, right? I mean, if you tuned on this stream, I'm going to be talking for 6 hours. So we got plenty of time. I can bring up gardening. I can bring up artwork. I can bring up culture. You guys know what you're signing on to when you come onto this stream. Present. If I miss something, I'll rewind. Don't worry about it. I'm going to try to leave this vlog on Just don't. If you guys ask me to play music and I play music and then I get a copyright thing, if YouTube lets me know that, hey, you shouldn't have played this song, so we're gonna ban your video from various countries, that'll be the reason why you won't be able to see the vlog for this stream. Germany might held a backdoor treaty or negotiation with Turkey to scatter the Syrian refugees around Israel. We'll see. I don't know. Did you read that somewhere? Mr. Andres Lopez? I don't have a strong opinion about U.S. aid being suspended. If I had to choose, I'm support the suspension. I don't like the U.S. meddling too much. Right, I get that. But is there a strong will to pull out from Europe and allow the Europeans, or force the Europeans, to become more militarily independent? That's my question. Elon, CIA, Musk. Yep. No traces of snow in Moscow. Yeah, that's crazy, huh? America has always a trend settler. Yep. Since the beginning. American Revolution inspired the French. That's true. That's a good observation. And here I am walking in the winter jacket with a full business suit on at 0 degrees Celsius. It sucks. Is Moscow always cloudy? Every picture I see, there's barely a clear sky. I'll leave that up to the Russians to answer. I've recently been tuning into Mar Mahdi Emmanuel's mass preaching, and I was just wondering what your opinion of him. I honestly don't have an opinion on him. I really don't know what to make of him. Is he a heretic? Is he a monophysite or something? I don't know. The sky during Moscow's winter is usually leady, but sometimes the sunshine's coming through. The climate has changed and is changing. Yep. The sunlight in Texas has become so much more intense than it was when I first moved here. They need to invent something to make the clouds disappear for a few days. Clouds sometimes makes me so depressed. No, please, we need clouds. Without clouds, we would just die. We would just be baked to death. What do you think about Trump wanting Greenland? That's a good question. The thing about Greenland is the Danish are saying we don't want to do it. The Danish are saying that Greenland is not for sale. What's going to happen with that? Is Trump going to do a military annexation of Greenland? I don't know. I have no clue. If Trump does invade Greenland or annex Greenland, it'll just, I think it'll undermine all of NATO. That's what I think. I think it's going to give if Trump does that, it'll give the Europeans the green light to say, why in the hell are we friends with you, America? You're no different from Russia. Look, you just invaded Greenland. We told you Greenland's not for sale. You invaded the damn place anyway. Now all the Eskimos are going to become American. And or American subjects, and then what? How are you different from Russia invading Ukraine or annexing Crimea? This is just we can't really trust you, Americans, and Europe got to be strong now to defend itself from Russia and America at the same time. You see, so what? I mean, it's a great question about Greenland. Now listen, I would be shocked if America annexed Greenland. I ain't gonna lie. I'd be shocked because it's just something you don't expect. It's something you don't really see coming, like Russia invading Ukraine. Is it going to happen? Is it not? Are they going to do it? Because war in the Western world, or military action, or things like annexation within the Western world, this type of phenomenon or phenomena is something that we confine to World War I. World War II. We don't link our present time period with those sorts of actions. So if America says we're going to put troops in Greenland, we're annexing the whole damn thing, F you Denmark, we don't give a damn, you're looking at really a further exemplification of what I've been talking about, and that is a return to history. a return back to the ways of thinking and to the phenomena that we read about when we read books about World War I, World War II. That sort of thing. All right, or really, generally speaking, the world that was before the end of World War II, before the post-World War II era. So if America says, Denmark, we don't care. We're going to put troops in Greenland. If America does that, you're looking at NATO being immensely undermined. Now, perhaps there's going to be a deal between the Danish and the Americans will say, listen, let's make a deal. We're going to put troops in Greenland, etc. And then if that's the case, then things will just continue on, right? NATO will still be there, and things will seem very normal. But if America says, F you, Denmark, we're going to put troops there, that will be an undermining of NATO. And then the Europeans are going to say, well, we can't trust the Americans. We got to make Europe strong. We got to defend ourselves, not just from Russia, but now the United States. And so it'll be, in our standards, it'll be a very different world. I got deer that love my vegetable garden. I'll always wipe everything out when they find it. Yeah, you got to get, I don't know. You got to get a fence. I don't know what kind of fence you got there. Danish Prime Minister says F off for the Trump's idea to invade Greenland. Yeah, by now I saw that. I read about that. I heard that the Prime Minister of Denmark and Trump had a pretty acrimonious discussion for about 45 minutes. And I read that Mrs. What's her name? Mette Frederiksen. She told Trump, Denmark is not for sale. And then Trump got angry. That's what I read, that Trump got upset by that. So who knows? I mean, we are leading ourselves into a very strange world. I think Mahdi considers both Nestorius and Cyril as saints. Okay, so he's a heretic. I just don't want to. That's it. I don't have to go anymore. I don't have to go further than that. What are your thoughts on Trump's declarations on reacquiring the Panama Canal? I think that this is just America really fortifying its sphere of power. That's it. America says, okay, Russia's got its sphere. Europe is beginning to form its own sphere. Turkey is forming its own sphere, which it is, especially if you look into the rise of Turkey's naval power and how Turkey is just projecting its power through the presence of its navy. If you look at that, you can see that Turkey is definitely forming its own sphere of power. So America is saying, okay, we got to do it ourselves. We got to do this. So, hey, you guys over there, you have the Suez Canal. We got the Panama Canal. And so America is fortifying its sphere of power. That's what you're seeing. Because America is saying, okay, we're pulling away. We're rescinding aid. We're pulling aid from all these countries, with the exception of Israel and Egypt, of course. But we're pulling aid from all these countries. America's not going to help you in your problems. Myanmar has a civil war, and you got refugees living in Thailand, and they're dependent on American aid. We don't give a damn. Go ahead and suffer and die. We could care less, and that's it. And that is what message is that sending out to the world? It's sending this message that America is not really leading the world. Nor does America want to lead the world as much as it did in the past. So America is talking about imposing tariffs on the Europeans. What's that about? What's that about? That is about America saying, okay, Europe, you got to fend for yourself. Turkey, you're doing your own thing. Good for you. You're expanding yourself in the Eastern Mediterranean. You're expanding yourself in the Horn of Africa. The Arabs are terrified. Nah. But we need Turkey to be there to be a bulwark against Russia in the Black Sea and on the Mediterranean. You guys control the access way into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea, so we need you. But you're forming your own powerhouse. You're becoming a regional superpower, and looks like you're raising yourselves up to be a global superpower. So that's great, right? As long as we have you on our side, we don't care. We want you to be powerful because we want to use you as a proxy against the Russians. And America sees China as a huge threat because it's the second biggest economy in the world. So America wants to put its focus on the Chinese. And then America is telling the Europeans, you guys kind of have to start working to fend for yourselves because we want to focus on other things. So America is saying, okay, the world is becoming more distant. nationalism is rising up, we are going to focus on our own sphere of power. And that's what this is about. America is saying, no, it's not the Gulf of Mexico, it's the Gulf of America. And this is all about projecting power. That's what this is about. The money U.S. gives to actually helping people abroad is trinkets, while the military spending is ginormous. Well, of course, yeah. It's not a lot. It's like $70 billion a year, which isn't much for the United States. But it's about telling the world America is not going to be babysitting you guys. Okay, I'm quite happy with leasing land from Denmark, Greenland for military uses. Not nukes. Well, I'm sorry. They're probably going to put nukes there. But taking, ideas like taking Greenland, getting the Panama Canal, having full control over the Panama Canal, this is all about America solidifying its sphere of power. North America, South America, this is our place. This is our pole of power. Right? This is our realm. And that's probably the reason why they have that guy, what's his name, Javier Milei in Argentina, because he's just a puppet for the United States. Let's be real here. We have entered into the next grand solar minimum. It is a 400-year cycle. Weather pattern will be more turbulent and seem upside down while the jet stream adjusts at sea. I see, okay. Yeah, I'm not a climate expert, but I can tell you right now, as someone who's been gardening for a long time, I've been gardening for over 10 years, I can tell you, the summers here are unbearable. I remember the days I would plant eggplants in the summer. I get so many eggplants, it was unbelievable. Isn't there already a U.S. base in Greenland? Probably, yeah. I mean, I never really studied the whole Greenland thing seriously, to be honest with you. But I do know that the Danish had told Trump that Greenland is not for sale. But we'll see how this whole thing fleshes out. I don't know. Last week, the 80th anniversary of concentration camp liberation was celebrated in Auschwitz. Yeah, I know. I know. Benjamin wasn't there. I guess he's afraid of getting arrested because he is now a wanted criminal. He's a wanted war criminal. All right, guys. Let's get to the news here. German politicians signal to Syrian asylum seekers. Let's get right into this thing. Been talking for 48 minutes. Here we go. Let's get this window a little bit bigger. German politicians signal to Syrian asylum seekers it's time to go home. So let's read this article. I highlighted the parts that I found to be the most interesting, and that's most of this article. It says here that this is from the Washington Post, just letting you guys know. It says here that a sharp turn towards a tougher line on migrants is beginning to play out in Deutschland, in Germany, yeah. With leading politicians calling for mass returns, echoing President Donald Trump's plan to expel undocumented migrants from the United States. Now, as someone in chat said, America is a trend setter. So Donald Trump says, hey, we got to do mass deportations. Now you see Europeans starting to get in line. Why is this? Because we are living in this trend, right? This trend of hardline politics that's anti-migrant, that's against immigration. And now there is this debate in Germany. Who do we deport? Do we deport just criminals? Do we deport just people who broke the law? And should we just deport those people, or should we deport everyone? Should we deport just regular people who haven't broken any laws? And then the question then comes, do we start doing mass deportations of everyone? And then the question is, who's going to win, right? Which faction is going to win? Is it going to be the fanatical faction that wants to deport everyone? Even people who are naturalized German citizens? Or is it going to be certain people? You know, who's going to be deported? This guy says, for those people who are not integrated into German society, is it just going to be, who decides that, right? Who decides who's not integrated? I don't know. Is it going to be everyone? Theo is also 7 Slims. I don't know what that even means. I wish people could use English. So it says here that ahead of elections next month, what to do with migrants, including the nearly 1 million Syrian refugees living here, has emerged as issue number 1 for German voters. And on Wednesday, Friedrich Merz, the leading candidate for chancellor, successfully pushed a parliamentary motion that, while non-binding, signaled the kind of crackdowns he would pursue. The purpose measures include permanent border controls with all neighboring countries. So they're going to have German troops on the German-Polish border. I don't know. That's going to be kind of surreal. Bans on entry by anyone without valid documents, the detention of migrants who have been ordered to leave Germany, and daily deportations flights, including regular repatriations to Syria. But again, I'm guessing this is going to be for certain migrants and not just for all, right? They're not going to just deport everybody. For now, it's going to be certain people. In a first, the motion passed with Merz's center-right Christian Democratic Union, CDU, and its sister Christian Social Union, CSU, relying on votes from the Alternative for Deutschland party. Now, this really goes to show how popular the AfD has become. Because after the end of World War II, there was a trend that was set in Germany, and that was mainstream parties will not collaborate with far-right parties. This was the trend. And that trend was honored for decades. It was honored all the way up until just a couple of days ago. Some days ago. When the CDU, or the CSU, Christian Social Union, basically collaborated with the AfD to get the votes needed to get this bill passed in the Bundestag, in the German parliament. And this was totally non-kosher. It was not expected, and supposedly Angela Merkel got upset by this, and she said, hey, this isn't right, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because a trend has just been broken. So what does that mean? What does it mean when a trend that has been honored, right, an unwritten rule has been honored for so many decades, gets broken? What it means is that we are entering a new era. That's what that means. It means we are entering a new world where the hardline politics of the past, which was anti-immigrant, anti-migrant, nationalist, nativist, that ideology has been growing in immense popularity. Immense popularity. And now it is the mainstream. So before, the mainstream opinion was you don't work with the far right. And now the mainstream opinion is what? Work with the far right. You have to. Why do you have to work with them? Because they are dominating the zeitgeist. They are dominating the political realm. What's up, 117 Rebel? At the moment, there are border squadrons on a border between Poland and Germany. Okay. So, it says here, the taboo-breaking move prompted a wave of backlash Thursday, including criticism from former Chancellor Angela Merkel. An Infratest DMAP poll, I don't know what that is, suggested that a majority of Germans supported the proposed entry. Of course they did. Of course the majority of Germans support this. The AfD, if you look at how it's been growing, the AfD is probably projected to become the biggest party in Germany. I think right now it is the second most popular party in Germany. But if it continues on at the rate that it's been growing, I think it will eventually, unless something happens where it gets disintegrated for whatever reason, maybe it'll get eclipsed by an even more hardcore party. Who knows? But if it continues on at this rate, eventually the AfD will become the biggest party in Germany. I have no doubt about that. The Bundestag narrowly voted against a binding bill on Friday that would have curbed the right to family reunification as a means for some refugees to enter Germany. So there was a bill basically saying that there would be less reunification, or basically a bill that says, okay, you can't just come to Germany because you have a relative who's already in the country. So this bill would have lessened the amount of people allowed to enter Germany because they have a relative living in Deutschland, in Germany. This bill was not passed. But it's not like it lost by a landslide, it lost by a hair. But give it time. Give it time. The political reality of Germany is going to change tremendously. A new poll showed that Reform is the most popular party in the UK. Not surprising. You know, the nationalist trend, the phenomena of nationalism is growing tremendously, and that really goes without saying. The shift in attitudes and policies is striking. A decade ago, heeding a national rallying cry of "We can do it," Germany opened its doors to Syrians fleeing a devastating civil war. But after the stunning fall of longtime Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad last month, Germany was one of several European countries to put open asylum applications from Syrian nationals on hold. And now a swath of German society is sounding a new clarion call. It's time for them to go home. And this was reflected, this is echoed in the fact that there was a meeting not too long ago in Potsdam, Germany, in which nationalists got together, including members of the AfD, got together in some building in Potsdam. I believe it was a hotel, and Martin Sellner was there, and there was a whole bunch of Nazis that were there, far-right extremists. They were there, and they were saying, what? We need to deport people even if they are nationalized, even if they are naturalized German citizens. They need to be deported. So if these hardliners win, believe me, it's not going to be just about, deporting, criminals and deporting people who are crazy or who have broken laws, whatever. It's going to be about deporting people because they're not really German. They're not a true German, you see? It's going to escalate into something ugly. And this is my fear. It's going to escalate into something very ugly. Politicians advocating for deportations argue that migrants have jeopardized Germany's security and become costly societal burdens, and that the country would save billions of euros in social welfare payments if most Syrians left. So you're talking about massive deportations, possibly putting people in camps, and putting people in camps in Germany is not going to look good. Critics question whether the proposed measures would be legal. They also argue that the departure of Syrians would be a big setback for a country already crying out for more skilled workers. And this is something that I learned recently. There are a lot of Syrians in Germany who are working as doctors. They're working as mechanics. And from what I have read, in Germany, there has been a shortage of doctors. And so the Syrian doctors have helped to fill in that gap, that gap in which Germany has been missing or has been lacking doctors. So these Syrian doctors have been quite helpful for people in Germany, especially in rural parts of Germany where people are, they live far away from the cities. Living in Europe is not a right. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, but okay. So here's the thing. A country has the right to deport people. But if you are a naturalized citizen and you get deported, that means the government doesn't give a shit about people's rights. And that means that the government is going to get worse and worse and get more and more tyrannical. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the thing. So it's not like, oh, well, these migrants are here and they shouldn't be deported back. A country has the right to deport migrants. It has that right. No one's saying that they have a right to be there. No one is saying that they that Germany is obligated to take care of them. But what I am saying is when you see fanatics talking about deporting people, even if they are naturalized citizens, and these fanatics are gaining tremendous popularity, and they have a substantial presence in the government, and they have Nazis in their ranks, that should worry you. But you see, everyone knows what I'm talking about. Everyone knows that I am referring to a very dark reality. But people want to sit there and, what's the word? They want to muddy the waters. They want to equivocate things. That's the word. They want to equivocate. But what I don't see a problem here. I don't see a problem here. But you know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about just a government saying, okay, migrants, some of you guys are really no good. You guys should be deported. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the rise of fanaticism and the rise of despotism. In the sense that you have people who don't give a shit, even if they're naturalized citizens, they want them deported. And so if you start deporting people, even if they are naturalized citizens, what else is the government going to do after that? Is it going to be first naturalized citizens and then people who are born in Germany, but they're not really true Germans? How far are we going to go? That's the issue at hand here. And is Germany going to start doing mass deportations? Hundreds of thousands of people? My guess is this national debate that's going on in Germany is going to stall things for a while. That's my suspicion. There may be loopholes to be exploited. We recently started revoking citizenship if the candidate on naturalization did not take the oath. Okay. One thing is this. If you read about the Truman administration, Truman did mass deportations of Mexicans, and it deported even American citizens. American citizens, because they were Hispanic, they were deported back to Mexico. Even though they were U.S. citizens, people were deported. Do you see how dangerous that is? Where the government doesn't care even if you're a citizen, doesn't give a shit even if you have the proper paperwork. Government doesn't care. You're going to be deported. Do you see how dangerous that is? Because first they'll go after American citizens or citizens of some European country who are there legally. And then what's next after that? You're going to go after people who were born in the U.S., or you're going to go after people who were born in Germany, but they're not true Americans, or they're not true Germans? How far is this going to be escalated to? That's the question. I thought Eisenhower deported the people. Okay. Harry Truman, deportation, Mexicans. Sorry, not Truman. It was Hoover. I got the wrong president. Hoover. I gotta remember the song from Rage Against the Machine. Hoover, he was a body remover. We gotta get the words right. Mexican repatriation. Here we go. The government formally deported around 82,000 Mexicans from 1929 to 1935. This constituted a significant portion of the Mexican population in the U.S. by one estimate. 1/5 of Mexicans in California were repatriated, etc., etc. They literally, but they were quite indiscriminate. They literally deported American citizens. And this was in what? The 20s and the 30s. And what was happening at that time? Massive nationalism. Intense nationalism, to the point where the Germans elected Adolf Hitler. So we're just going back to these days. Elon Musk, that's our Henry Ford. That's our Sosthenes Ben. Before 1965, very few people had the ability to be naturalized in the U.S., by the way. Okay. All right. But do you see how we are entering this dangerous time? If they start deporting, like, for example, if they start talking about, well, what's a true American? You know we're entering fascism at that point. Serious fascism. I'm not talking about, what some liberal says. I mean, serious fascism. If they start saying, well, this guy was born here, but when you were born here, your mother was here illegally, and so you're an anchor baby. So, damn it, you should be deported. You should not be in this country. You see this sort of mentality growing in the Western world. We saw this in the UK in the summer of last year. There were race riots in the UK. And they, because a black guy in the UK murdered 3 little girls. And they said, oh, it was a Syrian migrant, blah, blah, blah. So they just started ransacking people's businesses. And then what happened? They said, no, it wasn't a Syrian migrant. It was this black dude who was born in Wales, but his parents came from Rwanda, but he's Welsh. He's Welsh. And what was the argument? What was the counter argument to that? He shouldn't have been here in the first place. He shouldn't have been here. Even though he was born in Wales, even though he wasn't there illegally, he should not have been there. That's the counter argument. So then, should we then deport people even if they were born in the country? And should we then be making the argument that even if you were born in this country, be it in Germany, be it in America, be it in the UK, even if you were born in this country, you shouldn't be here? Should that mentality be applied to everyone, even if they're not criminals? Do you see the problem here? It's just a return back to fanaticism. That's what this is. He should not have been here in the first place. Okay, so does that mean that everyone who was born in the country, everyone whose parents were immigrants who were and who were born in the United States, should they not be here? So if your parents weren't born here, but you were born here, but your parents immigrated here, and then you were born here, should you not be here? Do you see? Do you see what I'm saying? That's the thing. Are we then going to adopt this mentality that says, okay, does it matter if you were born here? Your parents were not born here. You're not a true, name the country, right? Name the nationality. Not a true American, not a true Brit, not a true... And they can just escalate. That's a red flag. Yeah, it's a huge red flag. But do you see the UK riots started this discussion? And the question is, if that guy should not have been there in the first place, then should all people whose parents were immigrants and who were born in a particular country, should they not be in that particular country? That's the question. Are you then going to, whatever, I keep repeating myself. Bro, you are discussing outcome, but not the root of the problem. All of this was obvious many years ago. You should do a live stream, and you should talk about that. That's what you should do. Bro, you have a lot of knowledge. Apparently, you're more educated than me. So you should start a live stream or start a YouTube channel and do videos about Zbigniew Brzezinski. Good luck. Trump is saying that German arms imports should be banned, but most popular rifles brands bought by Americans is Heckler and Glocks or Super Bowl. That's Austrian, I think, right? What do you think the parents should be able to stay here? That's not the point of my discussion. My point is this. If people start saying, this guy should not have been in this country in the first place, are you then going to apply that very logic to people who are not even criminals? So this guy murdered 3 little girls. All right, he should be executed. This whole thing about immigration and should he have been here? To me, this is all just it's a way of forcing a discussion down to talk about whatever agenda they had. They want to, because they're obsessed with immigration. They're obsessed with, non-whites, whites, who's really a true British person. So they want to make the discussion about that. So they use the story of the murder of the 3 little girls to then get everyone in the country to talk about the importance of race and nationality and who's a true Brit and who's a true Englishman and all this. So that's the whole point, right? To me, the guy should be executed. They should just execute him and that's it. But their argument, the argument of the British patriots, is this guy should not have been here. So then are you going to apply that very logic to everyone who was born in the UK and whose parents were immigrants? That's the question. Are you then going to say that all these people should not have been here? All these people whose parents were immigrants should not be here, even though they were born in the country? That's the point that I'm focusing on. You have a murder that happens. It's like this whole thing. If you read about Syrian migrants living in Germany, a lot of them have jobs. Everyone wants to say, oh yeah, they're all on welfare. If you read the actual statistics, a lot of them have jobs. The Syrians who were in the first wave of Syrian migrants in 2015, if you look at what they're doing right now, over 60% of them are employed. Over 60% of them are employed. But you have this narrative that says, oh, they're all on welfare and they're all criminals and they're all rapists and they're all... There's almost 1 million of these people, around 1 million of them living in Germany. They're all rapists. There should be 1 million rapes already. They want to make everything about... So they want to focus on some criminals who have migrant backgrounds and then make that into a whole discussion about who's a true German and that's what this is about. This is about reviving racism. If you can't see it, then hopefully we can help you see it in this live stream. I don't know. Because once you start saying, well, that person shouldn't have been here, then how far do you go? And the thing I hate about these types of people who make these arguments, the people who say, well, they shouldn't have been here in the first place. When you say, okay, they shouldn't have been here in the first place. All right, fine. Let's take your logic. Let's find someone who was an upstanding citizen, who was born in your country, be it America, UK, Germany, whichever, some Western country, but his parents were immigrants. You're saying that person shouldn't have been here? Well, I'm not saying that. Then why are you even bringing that up? You see, these people, they're so dishonest. Instead of just saying that guy's a criminal, he should be killed, okay, blah, 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 they say he shouldn't have been here in the first place. Well, then you take a guy whose parents came from a different country, he was born in your country. Are you saying that guy shouldn't be here? Well, I'm not saying that. Then what are you saying? Because once you start using that kind of argumentation, who's going to be there to stop it? Well, I don't want it to escalate. Well, why not? Why not? Who's to say that that way of logic is not going to be escalated to the point where they start deporting everyone who has an immigrant background or whose parents were immigrants? It's just insane, guys. The whole thing is just insane. Nobody thinks anymore. Nobody wants to think logically anymore. Oh, and did you see this thing? Oh my God, guys. The whole thing with Elon Musk is just a joke. It really is a joke. Oh God, I'm starting to hate conservatives. I'm really starting to hate you people. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's just... everything you accuse the left of, you guys do it yourselves. You guys realize that, right? Everything you accuse the left of. Lying, you guys lie. Censorship, you guys censor. You guys do it all. You guys are just mirrors of what you hate. So Elon, oh my God. Elon Musk does the whole thing. And what did I say in my first video or in my second video on the topic? I said, watch, everyone gonna be doing this now. Well, Elon did it. I can do it. I'm not a Nazi. But the left calls me a Nazi. But don't call me a Nazi. I'm gonna be doing this bullshit. You guys see this bullshit? The Calvin. Oh, this dude. Killer Bob just beat me to it. I literally just said, did you guys see that? And then Killer Bob pops up. Did you see the Calvin Robinson? You just beat me to it. I have it ready right here to go. Ready right here to go. Let's look at it. Let me turn my music off. Right here to go, guys. Look at this guy. Remember all the conservatives? Oh, he's so great. He's amazing. Kevin, I never liked this dude. I always knew he was a scoundrel. I never said anything because I had no reason to say anything. But I always had my suspicions about this guy.
This is the last stand for Christendom. It's make or break time. The whole of the old world is crumbling. Every country in Europe is embracing death. America, as far as I could see, is the only country fighting for life. And that's down to you guys. So God bless all of you for what you're doing. Please keep doing it. I hope that I can encourage you. And my heart goes out to you. God bless.
And everyone's just laughing. They clap in their hands.
This is the...
Didn't I say this bullshit was going to come? I said it. I said it in my video on the Elon Musk thing. I said, you guys watch. I said, you guys watch. You're going to start seeing more and more people doing this salute thing. And they're going to think it's great because Musk did it. So who cares? It's just the normalization of Nazism. That's what it is. And nobody wants to see it. And the reason why nobody wants to see it is because they refuse to see it. It's not that they can't see it. It's that they refuse to see it. You see? They refuse to see it because they're so locked onto their biases, and they have this idea that they have this savior figure in Musk, and he's going to save us from the evil leftoids, and that's why we have to follow him, and he's the greatest thing ever. He's the biggest whiz. Oh, yeah, and by the way, Musk's intelligence, it always, people's perspective on his intelligence always shifts depending on what's to their advantage. So when they want to praise Musk, it's, oh my God, he's the smartest person in the world. Or according to Piers Morgan, he has one of the biggest brains in the world. He has one of the biggest minds in the world. He's a genius. Bloody genius, mate. All right. But if you bring up the salute, he's autistic. He's retarded. Can't you see that? Can't you see the man's retarded? Why are you picking on a person who's mentally handicapped? So when they wanna be a sycophant, it's, oh, he's a genius, biggest mind in the world. When somebody actually confronts the reality of what Musk is doing, all of a sudden he's retarded. He's on the yellow bus. He's on the yellow bus. He's in special education. He's special needs. He's a special needs student. Give me a break. Really, guys, give me a break. I know many Syrians would go back if life there goes back to normal, but no one wants to talk about why people fled. People don't want to go back to Syria. Have you seen videos from X that were filmed in Syria? I saw a video from Syria. Some poor old man gets executed because he was a police officer and he was part of the security forces under Assad. So he deserves to die. Kill him. And they just murdered this dude in cold blood. No trial, no lawyer, no prosecution, no nothing, no jury, nothing. They just kill these people. You want to go back to that country where they just do extrajudicial killings? They just shoot your ass because you were, he was an employee of Assad. He was a janitor for Bashar al-Assad's palace over there in Damascus. Kill him. Is that the society you want to live in? Of course, the people don't want to flee. They should go back now. People don't want to go back. You think people want to go back to that shithole? The argument of not being here in the first place is kind of correct. So why is it kind of correct and not correct? The problem is the immigrants of quality would not end up in this situation in the first place. Would not end up in this situation. Okay, but my point is, and I think you know what my point is. If somebody commits a crime, they were born in the country in which they committed the crime. Their parents immigrated to the country in which they committed the crime. If your argument is he should not have been here in the first place, that very logic, by its own merit, by its very meaning, is automatically applied to everyone else who was born in that country but whose parents were immigrants. That's the whole point. So once you accept that logic, then deport everybody, even if they were born in the country. To be fair, even Ukrainians are not popular. No, Polish people don't want even Ukrainians. You ask an American to distinguish between a Pole and a Ukrainian. They won't be able to. Hell, I won't be able to do it. I can't tell the difference. And when I listen to, let's say, Western Ukrainian and Polish, they sound like they're the same damn language. Now, maybe the Eastern dialect of Ukrainian is different, but I've heard people in Western Ukraine speaking Ukrainian. I'm thinking, that sounds like the Polish language. That sounds like Czech, Polish. You can't tell the difference, but Poles can. A Pole can find a Ukrainian a million miles away, and vice versa. A Uk can spot a Pole 10 gazillion miles away. Just like a Chinaman can find a Japanese guy a million miles away, and a Japanese dude can smell the kimchi out of the pores seeping out of the skin of a Korean. They can spot each other. But regardless of how much they look alike, they can identify each other. And guess what? They hate each other. Poles and Ukrainians, they've always hated each other. Don't give me this bullshit about Polish mothers giving their baby cradles to Ukrainian mothers. That was all just some NATO propaganda show. They've always hated each other, those people. They always hated each other. They were butchering each other for God knows how long. You can go back to the Middle Ages and you can read about Ukrainians killing Polish people, and you can read about Polish people not being very nice to Ukrainians. And even to this day, I spoke to a Ukrainian dude who was, he was a member of Ukrainian intelligence, but then he went off to the Russian side, and I spoke to him. And he told me, he said, Polish people ain't very nice. That's what he told me. He said, they're not very nice to us Ukrainians. And he was pro-Russia, this dude. He told me they're not very nice. He says, I went to Poland, and he told me that Polish people, they kind of treat Ukrainians like they're second-class citizens. They don't like each other. Ukrainian people butchered Polish people back in the 1920s, or was it not in the 20s, sorry, 30s, 40s. They were killing each other. Ukrainians butchered Polish people, massacre of the Volyn massacre and other parts of what is now Ukraine, Western Ukraine. They were butchering people in, Galicia and numerous other regions. I mean, it was just bloody. And then they say, they're being invaded by Russia, so we're friends now. So all these Ukrainians moved to Poland. How many Ukrainians went to Poland? Like 3 million Ukrainians? And in the beginning, Polish people were saying, this is great, Slavic brothers. Now they hate the freaking Ukrainians. They don't even want them to be in Poland. They say, no more aid, no more government money paid to Ukrainian. No, damn it. No, send them back to Kiev. Go back Kiev. I mean, that's the reality. So it's just tribalism. That's what's coming. Tribalism, nationalism. It's not love thy neighbor, all right? It's just hate thy neighbor. I don't give a damn about my neighbor. That's pretty much what it is. Ukrainian refugees are mainly from the east. All right, but they're still Ukrainians. Poland-Ukrainian banter takes its place since the time of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. it goes back a long time ago. He should not have been in the first place because his parents shouldn't have been there solely for the fact of this. Okay, that's fine. I understand what you're saying. But my point is, let's apply that logic. What is stopping that logic from being applied to every human being who's born in your country, but whose parents weren't born there? That's my point. So you have an upstanding citizen, but perhaps his parents were immigrants. Are you saying that guy shouldn't have been there in the first place also? You say, well, no, I'm not saying this is what you're saying, but in general, when you bring up this point with people who make this sort of argument, they say, that's not what I'm saying. But why not? And who is to say that we're just going to stop at people who are criminals? Who is to say that we're not going to escalate that logic to the point where it's going to be applied to everyone who was born in your country but whose parents immigrated to your country? Do you see what I'm saying? It's a very dangerous standard or very dangerous precedent that people are setting when they make this sort of argumentation. It's very dangerous. Listen, if I find a guy who is ethnically Italian in the United States and his grandparents came here on Ellis Island, and now this Italian guy, has committed crimes, I don't know, he's a rapist or he's done some sick shit, should I say, well, his grandparents came here on Ellis Island, they should have never been allowed to come here through Ellis Island? I mean, how far do you want to go with this way of thinking? That's the question. I raised the problem of preemptive quality control on immigrants earlier. You missed it, by the way. Okay, I didn't see it. But I think you were probably saying the same thing you're saying now. Most American had ancestors that immigrated. All Americans had ancestors that came from Africa or Europe. All right? Not all, but almost all Americans have ancestry that goes back to Africa or Europe or both at the same time. But once you start saying, well, that guy committed a crime, his parents came from this other country, damn it, he should have been here in the first place. Okay, does that apply to everyone who has the same sort of background? Ronald Jackson, what's up, dog? What's up? Anyway. Let's go back to the article here, the article in question. So this guy says here, critics, okay, so it says here that critics question whether the proposed measures would be legal. They also argue that the departure of Syrians would be a big setback for a country already crying out for more skilled workers. Germany is home to the largest Syrian diaspora outside the Middle East. As of December 2023, about 972,000 Syrian nationals were living in Germany, including 712,000 registered as seeking protection, according to the Federal Statistics Office. Although Syrians make up less than 1% of Germany's workforce, they are overrepresented in critical sectors. Yeah, it's very interesting. Syrians are overrepresented in the medical field in Germany, which is very interesting. And that goes against this whole narrative that says, well, they're all criminals and they're all welfare leeches and blah, blah, blah. A lot of them are doctors. They're not all criminals. They're not all leeches. They're not all rapists. If Syrian skilled workers left, the entire system would not collapse, said Vido Geis-Thone, a migration expert with the German Economic Institute. But the last thing Germany needs is a mass exodus. And here's the thing. This point that this guy just made, no one gives a shit. Because to be honest with you, if this guy, Mr. Geis-Thone, if his whole purpose was to get people to support keeping migrants in Germany, he kind of just screwed his own argument over. Because he says here, if Syrian skilled workers left, the entire system would not collapse. Okay, so then people are going to read this and they're going to think, well, who really gives a shit about whatever you say after this, because you're saying it's not going to collapse, which means we're okay. We don't need these people here. See, no one cares. We're at a point where people just don't care. You can bring up all the statistics you want. Same thing goes for the United States. You can bring up, oh, well, illegal immigrants actually help the economy because they do a lot of the labor, they do a lot of the agriculture and the construction work, so that brings the cost of construction down, which could also keep the cost of housing down. And so if you just deport all these people and you just hire Americans to build houses, guess what? Construction is going to go up because these people are going to be demanding higher wages, and then if the cost of construction goes up, the cost of a house goes up. If the cost of the house goes up, then guess what? You're going to need more money to buy a house. People are not going to be able to afford a house as much, and also the price of rent is going to go up because the price of the house is going to be higher. So it's not really going to help you in that regard. In regards to housing, it's not going to be good. But guess what? People don't give a shit. You can bring up all these statistics. You can say, well, actually, you have a lot of illegals who pay taxes, and every single year, they collectively, they will pay taxes in the billions of dollars to the U.S. government. They will use the social security numbers of American citizens so that they could pay taxes, so that they could have a better chance of not being deported. You can bring up all these facts. Right? You can say, well, a lot of immigrants are actually working, and you can bring up all the statistics, all the numbers you want. People are at a point where they don't give a damn. It's the same thing with migrants in Europe. Germans, most of them don't give a shit. You have some liberals in Germany, and they're doing these massive demonstrations against the AfD. Guess what? It don't matter. It really doesn't mean a damn thing. How do I know that? Because when the train has been set, the train of the zeitgeist has been set, and by train of the zeitgeist, I mean when a particular trend has been accepted by enough people, and the train has been set, you ain't going to stop what's coming. You ain't going to stop what's coming. Doesn't matter. You can bring up statistics and that and this. When the German people voted for Adolf Hitler, they knew that Hitler didn't like the Jews. Hitler made that very obvious. The Nazis made it very obvious that they did not like the Jews. Guess what? A lot of people didn't like the Jews in those days. Now, you could have said in those days, well, you could have said, well, a lot of Jews are doctors. A lot of Jews are scientists. And oh, look at men like Otto Warburg, right? Otto Warburg, he was a Jewish medical scientist, and he got the Nobel Peace Prize in medicine because he made this amazing discovery about cancer and how cancer thrives in environments that lack oxygen. And look, Otto Warburg, he's done such a great contribution to the world by discovering something about cancer to help us in our fight against cancer and our fight to prevent cancer. You think the Germans would have given a shit? They didn't give a shit. Because when Otto Warburg was alive, they didn't let him become a celebrity because of his discoveries about cancer. Whatever happened to Otto Warburg? I'm going to look him up real quick. Otto Heinrich Warburg, medical doctor. What happened to Otto Warburg? What did the Nazis do to him? Hold on. You see, this is how much the Germans didn't give a damn about Jewish doctors. Okay, so the Nazis actually said, well, he's not fully Jewish, so we'll give him a pass. But they still didn't give a damn about the fact that a lot of Jews were doctors. Because they were killing a lot of the Jews. So that didn't really stop them at all. The argument should not be applied to literally everyone. I'm saying that there should be quality and integration control. There should be integration control, absolutely. But again, that doesn't... Okay. Thoughts on Jeffrey Sachs? I don't know. Most Americans had ancestors, blah, blah, blah. The thing is that, so about the issue that you bring up, the argument should not be blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the guy who killed those 3 little girls, I don't think his parents were criminals. So you could allow people to come in, and those people aren't criminals, and then they could have kids, and then what if their kid becomes a criminal? A month ago in London, a 14-year-old boy from a Jamaican family stabbed to death a girl of his age who was defending her friend against him. Okay. A month ago in London, a 14-year-old boy from a Jamaican family stabbed to death a girl of his age who was defending her friend. All right. Don't bring in Jamaicans. I guess that's the point you're trying to convey here. I don't know. Let's see here. I don't know. Let's see here. Although Syrians make up less than 1% of Germany's workforce, they are overrepresented and critical, etc. If Syrian skilled workers left, the entire system wouldn't collapse, blah, blah, blah. Of particular concern is healthcare. The nearly 6,000 Syrian doctors working in Germany make up the single largest group of foreign practitioners and specialists. So they're not all killers and rapists and this and that. You have thousands of Syrians who are doctors, and they are actually helping to fill up a gap in which Germany is lacking doctors. Yet the need for workers is clashing with a powerful wave of anti-migrant sentiment that has been sweeping much of the Western world. Yes. In Germany, that sentiment was further propelled by last month's deadly attack on a Christmas market. The suspect, a Saudi man with anti-Islam views. And by the way, that Arab guy who did that, he was a total anti-Muslim guy. He actually was ideologically the same as Robert Spencer and Pamela Geller and Tommy Robinson and the rest of these guys. He loved people like Geert Wilders. He was pro-Israel. You see, and this is another thing. This goes back to my point here. This guy was not a Muslim, hated Islam, agreed with the AfD, and he killed a bunch of people by running them over with a car. And you know what they said? This is about immigration. So it's not even about being Muslim. It's about just immigration in general. So even if you're an ex-Muslim, they want you deported. That's what this is escalating into. It's escalating to the point where it's going to be, I'm an ex-Muslim. I left because I left Islam. Doesn't matter. You have to be deported. Do you see? It's coming to the point where they don't even care about Islam. It's not about Islam versus non-Muslims. It's not about just the problem with Islam. It's about just immigrants. So you could say, well, I'm an ex-Muslim. We don't trust you. How do we know that you're not going to be like this other guy who killed a bunch of people during Christmas in 2024? That's what we're heading towards. All right, buddy. Do you see what I mean? That's what we're heading towards. It's not just about Islam. It's not even just about, oh, Muslim versus non-Muslim. This guy's a Muslim. No, it's about we don't want immigrants. That's it. That means parents did not raise their child up to the standard. Yes, you're right. It does mean that they didn't raise him right. You're absolutely correct. But instead of just saying, well, obviously his parents didn't raise him right, people say he should not have been here in the first place. The point that I'm trying to tell people, that I'm trying to convey to people is, what is stopping that logic from being applied to everyone whose parents immigrated to the country and they were born in that country? That Saudi guy, are you ever going to interview more people on the show, or maybe like bring some followers onto your show and converse about current affairs? I did that for a while and I just got too many assholes, I'll be honest with you. I don't really like inviting people on the channel unless they want to come on. Do you want to come on, Mr. Pansing? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? The death penalty? What is it? What do you want to argue about? Help me out here. AfD politicians have tended to suggest that Syrians should go back as quickly as possible, as people massed in German streets to cheer the fall of Assad last month. AfD co-leader Alice Weidel wrote on X, anyone in Germany who celebrates Free Syria evidently no longer has any reason to flee. They should return to Syria immediately. So again, are we going to deport everyone? Are we going to deport only certain people? How is this going to work? What's this going to escalate to? And who's to say that they can't stop? Who's to say that they're just going to stop at at migrants who are criminals? Is it just going to be the deportation of migrants who are criminals? Is it just going to be the deportation of migrants who are seriously not integrated in society? Who's going to press the brakes? And when are the brakes going to be pressed is the question. And who is to say that the brakes are going to be pressed? If you want to deport criminals, I don't have an issue with that. Deport criminals. They should be gotten rid of. They shouldn't be in any society, really. But with this mentality of this guy shouldn't have been here in the first place because, well, he's not truly whatever the nationality is of the country that he committed a crime in. If you're going to go third gear with that mentality, then there's no stopping it. Then innocent people are going to suffer. Innocent people are going to be deported and or tortured and or put into a camp and or killed. This is the problem. One AfD branch in southwestern Germany distributed 30,000 flyers made to look like plane tickets with the slogan, "Only re-immigration can still save Germany." An act that drew comparison to Nazi-era propaganda offering Jews free one-way tickets to Jerusalem. And that's an interesting parallel. The Nazis didn't begin with killing Jews. They began with deporting people. And they said, hey, we can deport you to Israel. And a lot of Jews went to Israel with the help of the German government. Now, if I was living in the 1930s, when the Germans were sending people to Israel, sending Jews, to be precise, to Israel. And I said, listen, the Nazis hate Jews. All of the schmucks would be saying, all the people who are defending Musk right now, if they were living at this time, at the time of Hitler, and I was also living at that time, and I said, listen, the Nazis hate the Jews. The people defending Musk would be saying what? How could you say that the Nazis hate the Jews? They're Zionists. The Nazis are Zionists. Look, they're helping Jews go to Palestine. How could you say that they're not, that they hate Jews? I'm telling you, the deception's always been there. The Germans, that's how the Germans began, you see? They began by sending Jews to Israel. They began to also deport Jews to Poland. And then eventually, when the Soviets were defeating the Germans said, let's exterminate all the Jews, because the Jews are in cahoots with the communists. This was their line of thinking. They sent some Jews to Palestine. Yes, they sent a whole bunch of them to Palestine. There was a whole program. And initially, they were thinking about sending the Jews to Madagascar. There was this whole idea of sending the Jews to Madagascar. The point being, the initial plan was not to kill Jews. The initial plan was to deport them. Elon Musk gives the Nazi salute. I say, this guy is a Nazi. You guys say, no, he made one trip to Auschwitz. If we were all living in the time of the Nazis and I said the Nazis hate Jews, you guys would be saying, no, they're actually Zionists. They're helping the Zionist cause. That's exactly what the Musk defenders would be saying if they were alive in those days. And I also want to add that you have these Nazis in Germany who want to deport Syrians. But remember, when the Nazis had power over Germany, they began with deporting people before they began with killing people. So this whole situation might escalate into a giant bloodbath. AfD has great support from Russia. Russia finances far-right parties. Yes, this is the truth. Russia does finance them because Russia thinks that by helping these far-right lunatics, these hardliners, that they could get the EU to become an ally with the Russians. Because the Russians want to weaken the United States. They want to weaken the American empire. So their idea is, well, we can help these hardliners. They hate the EU. They want Europe to be independent from American power. So we'll help these Nazis. We'll help these Nazis. And then we'll get these Nazis on our side, just like we kind of made a pact with the Nazis back before we started fighting the Nazis in World War II. And then the new Europe will no longer be under America's sphere. It'll be under our sphere, and will weaken America's security umbrella, the American empire. This is the idea, supposedly. There is perhaps the other idea is that by supporting these hardliners, they could spark tensions between the Americans and the Europeans. Either way, Russia's plan is to weaken America. That's what Russia wants to do. So how are they going to do it? They're going to support people who are Eurosceptics. Because the Russians think, well, if we can get rid of the EU by helping these Eurosceptical parties dominate, then we can weaken America's control over the West. Here's the problem, is it's not going to work. The Russians are falling in the same ditch that they fell before they got butchered by the Germans in World War II. They're falling for it. They're doing the same bullshit. Back in the day, you see, Hitler made a pact with Stalin. Why did the Germans and the Russians make a pact? Because they thought, well, we can make a pact with the Germans, and we can join forces, and we can have some great trade relations. And why did the Germans make a pact with the Soviets? Because they said, well, we need the natural resources from the Soviet Union, oil, etc., etc. So they made this pact with the Soviets so they could buy materials, natural resources from the Soviet Union. And part of the pact between the Nazis and the Soviets was that they would both have spheres of influence. And the Germans and the Russians agreed that Finland would be part of the Soviet Union's sphere of influence. And this one section and Romania would also be a part of the Soviet sphere of influence. And so what happened? The Soviets invaded Finland. And the Germans said, well, we did agree that Finland was a part of the Soviet Union's sphere of influence, so we really can't get involved in that. So there was this war between the Soviets and the Finns. But Hitler didn't like that. And you know what Hitler said about the Soviets? He said, all the Soviets do is take. So the Soviets go into Romania. And the Germans said, okay, we need those resources from the Soviets, but at the same time, we don't want to get into this war with the we don't want to be completely eclipsed by the Soviet Union. So what did the Germans do? They declared war on the Soviet Union. And Hitler did his blitzkrieg. So the Germans went into Romania. They drove the Russians out. They drove the Soviets out of Romania. And you know what happened? The Germans went to the Romanians and they said, you guys don't like Jews? Have you ever met a Romanian who likes Jews? I think I met one Romanian who said he was cool with Israel. From what I understand, Romanians ain't that cool with Jews. And so the Germans went to the Romanians and they said, you guys don't like Jews? No, we hate them. And the Germans said, we don't like them either. Listen, it's open season on the Jews. If you want to butcher them, we're not going to stop you. And the Romanians, they went open season on the Jews. They killed Jews left, right, and center. There was one town, I don't remember the name of it, but there was this one town. 50% of the population was Jewish. The other 50% was Romanian, non-Jewish Romania. The Romanians went into the Jewish area and they just killed everyone that they found. They went into they would go. There was this one story where this Romanian guy went into a house. He went to a house. He didn't go inside of the house, but he saw, you know how basements will have a window? He noticed there was a basement window, and he saw the Jews hiding in the basement. He breaks open the window and he just throws a grenade in there and kills everyone inside. And he laughs about it. So they just killed so many Jews in Romania. And literally, if you look at the number of Romanians who joined the SS, the Romanians had the highest rate of recruitment to the SS than any other group outside of Germany. Literally hundreds of thousands of Romanians joined the SS. So the Germans go into Romania. They do a blitzkrieg on the Soviet Union. They cooperate with the Finns, and together the Finns and the Germans invaded Russia. Oh yeah. So the Russians today are falling for the same trap. They work with Nazis in Europe, thinking that by working with Nazis they can weaken America. The Russians are going to pay for it. That's my prediction. The Russians are going to pay for this. The Russians are going to pay for it. And if Nazis take over Germany again, the Russians are going to say, oh, look, we can work with them. Look. And they're going to do the same bullshit they did before. They're going to think that they can work with those people. And what's going to happen? The Nazis will turn on the Russians. I wouldn't say that we're falling for a trap. Okay, fine. If millions of Russians end up dead in a war with some European power, don't say I didn't tell you so. But again, I could be wrong. So I'm just giving you guys my own speculation based on history. Did you hear what Bryce Mitchell, UFC, I can't even pronounce that guy's name. What? Yeah. Did you hear what Bryce Mitchell, UFC fighter, said about the Holocaust? Yes, I did. Some UFC fighter is now praising Hitler. I'm not shocked at all, because this is a trend that's been going on for a while now, and we're seeing its fruits manifesting before our eyes. So I did see the video. Am I surprised? Not at all. Like, that guy's been bashing Israel for a long time. If I make it, I'll let you know if you were right on this. Listen, I don't want to get dark here, but I'm just saying history does repeat itself. Let's go back to this article, shall we? How many people are listening to this stream? 32 people. See, people are pissed off. They don't want to hear me right now because I'm talking facts. They don't like it when I talk reality. They just want to hear me say, "Oh, bad migrant, immigrant bad. Immigrant is rapist." People want me to talk like a caveman. He rapist, automatically rape. He rapist. It's like, dude, the guy's a doctor. No, rapist. He a rapist. People want me to talk like a Neanderthal all the time. If I don't talk like a caveman. Musk good. Migrant bad. Musk good. Trump good. Trump God. He God. They want me to talk like a caveman. They don't want me to talk with moderation. They don't like moderation. Nobody likes moderation anymore. What happened to legal immigration? I don't know. You tell me. What happened to legal immigration? There's no legal immigration. They're all pouring in. They want your money. Here we go, guys. Let's go back to the loony bin here. This is going to be a very difficult stream for me to do, I'll be honest with you. Oh, of course you're okay with dark humor. You're Slavic. Slavic people are the masters of dark humor. They are the masters of it. Jürgen Braun. Any relation to Eva Braun, perhaps? Jürgen Braun, the AfD's human rights spokesman, has argued that almost all Syrians who arrived as refugees should return, and that cases in which people obtained a right to remain in the country through family reunification should be reviewed. Their departure, he said, would lift a burden from the German economy, saving billions of euros otherwise spent on their behalf. Brown rejected the idea that Syrians possess the kind of skills needed in Germany. Quote, "These are people who are poorly qualified in almost any form if they work anywhere in Deutschland." Yeah. He said, "It is quite an exception when they are in normal work somewhere. They are mostly on social welfare." Yeah. Bro, you know I ain't no Slav. Oh, I forgot, sorry. But you're Russian, so you have that dark humor. Germany's mainstream politicians have been doing verbal contortions to separate the good Syrians from those who should be shown the door. Okay, so you see right there? This is what I'm talking about. I'll read that again. Germany's mainstream politicians have been doing verbal contortions, meaning they're just vacillating left and right, to separate the good Syrians from those who should be shown the door. This is what I'm talking to you guys about. There's a national debate going on in Germany over who should be deported. The question is, who's going to dominate the meta-political sphere? Is it going to be people who want to deport everyone? Or is it going to be people who want to deport some migrants? That's the question. Is it going to be moderates or is it going to be hardliners? My suspicion is that the hardliners are going to win. That's my suspicion. Experts contest those statistics. According to Germany's Institute for Employment Research, and no one gives a shit about the research. The research, the facts that I'm about to read to you, they don't give a damn. They want a hardliner. They want a hard-ass politician who's going to say, nope, deport them all, get rid of them all. That's what they want. But anyway, I'll reach you guys some facts. That way we don't reduce ourselves to being total barbarians. Experts contest those statistics. According to Germany's Institute for Employment Research, the overall employment rate for working-age Syrians in Germany, 15 to 64 years old, is 42%. So 42% is not, the majority. Well, it's not. It's not everyone on welfare. That's typical, they say, for a population that must learn a new language and jump through bureaucratic hoops to find work. It also reflects that some Syrian women hold traditional roles in their families and choose to remain at home. But experts note that employment rates for Syrians increase with the length of stay. Syrian asylum seekers who arrived in the large wave in 2015, for instance, have an employment rate of 60%. So the majority of the Syrians who arrived in Germany in 2015, they are mostly employed. 60% of them are employed. 73% for men and 29% for women. Among the 101,000 Syrians of working age who have obtained German citizenship, 68% are employed. So they're not all rapists, not all terrorists, not all murderers. The problem is that you have a few bad apples, and then everyone has to be punished with the label of terrorist, rapist, and murderer. That's the problem. It's like after 9/11, if you were Middle Eastern, you were all of a sudden you became a terrorist. That's how it was. That's how it was. 60% is not, that's the majority. That means the majority of them are employed. Experts note, too, that Syrian workers are overrepresented in vital sectors such as healthcare, transportation, and logistics. A recent report by the German Economic Institute highlighted the special importance of the 80,000 Syrian skilled workers in occupations with acute shortages. There are now almost 2,500 Syrian dentists in a field where 64% of job openings remain unfilled. So 64% of the job openings that are demanding dentists are unfilled. 2,500 of there are 2,500 Syrian dentists. Some 4,000 Syrians are employed as auto mechanics, a job category in Germany in which 7 out of 10 positions cannot be filled because of a lack of qualified workers. So there are literally thousands of Syrians who are dentists, doctors, auto mechanics. Yes, that would suggest that 40% are unemployed, but still, it's this idea that they're all rapists, they're killers, it's just not true. This idea that they're all on welfare. Listen, the German politician up here, Mr. Brown, he said almost all of them are on welfare. That's clearly a lie. Fewer workers, experts say, would translate into price increases. It would. Nobody cares. You can bring up all these facts all you want. Nobody gives a damn. Nobody cares. Anyway, I'm not going to read the rest of this, but it's just it's pretty much just a continuation of the same thing. You have thousands of Syrians who are doctors, dentists, auto mechanics. They're not, again, yeah, they're not all murderers. It's very obvious. All right. Let's go to the next article, shall we? So let's talk about Trump pulling U.S. aid from other countries and the possible geopolitical effects of that. Let's see your guys' comments here. Anyway. Here's an article from the New York Times. So the title of the article is How the World is Reeling from Trump's Aid Freeze. A lot of suffering going on because of what Trump did, pulling all this U.S. aid out from all these different countries, Thailand, Sudan. In famine-stricken Sudan, soup kitchens that feed hundreds of thousands of civilians trapped in a war zone have shut down. And the majority of these American-funded soup kitchens have been shut down, which means you have a lot of hungry people in Sudan. In Thailand, war refugees with life-threatening diseases have been turned away by hospitals and carted off on makeshift stretchers. In Ukraine, residents on the front line of the war with Russia may be going without firewood in the middle of winter. Some of the world's most vulnerable populations are already feeling President Trump's sudden cutoff of billions of dollars in American aid that helps fend off starvation, treats diseases, and provides shelter for the displaced. Oh, and by the way, for some reason, Israel needs the aid, but these other people don't need the aid. Interesting, huh? I wonder what would happen if America pulled aid from Israel, cut off aid from Israel. I wonder how fast it would take for Israel to be reduced into a fanatical society filled with far-right Jewish radicals. All aid to other countries cut sans except Egypt and Sudan, Egypt and Israel. That's correct. Braun is also a German last name. Eva Braun. Do you know that they studied her genetics? You know what they found in the blood of Hitler's girlfriend? Jewish genetics, guys. How could Hitler have been anti-Semitic? His girlfriend was Jewish. Let's see here. In a matter of days, Mr. Trump's order to freeze nearly all U.S. foreign aid has intensified humanitarian crisis and raised profound questions about America's reliability and global standing. So America pulls out aid. America says we're not going to help other countries unless you're Israeli or Egyptian. So what does that tell the rest of the world? What it says is we can't rely on the United States. That's what that says. And so if you have enough countries saying we can't rely on the U.S., guess what's going to happen? Further fragmentation of the world. And you're going to see different spheres of power getting more powerful, different spheres of power becoming more amplified, because the world is going to say, we can't fully rely on the United States. So we need to rely on ourselves. You have the Europeans saying this sort of thing. They've been saying this for years, that we can't fully rely on the United States. Turkey has been saying the same thing. We can't fully rely on the U.S. We got to make our own weapons. We got to make our own naval ships. We got to make our own fighter jets. This is what Turkey has been doing. And look at Turkey's navy. It's now one of the most powerful navies in the world, and the Turkish military overall is one of the most powerful militaries on earth. And you see Turkey projecting its naval power in the Mediterranean. You see Turkey projecting its military power in the Horn of Africa, in the Levant. Why is this? Because Turkey says, okay, we can't rely on the Americans. We have to make ourselves powerful. The Germans have been saying the same thing. We cannot rely on the Americans. We need to make ourselves powerful. So it's really the reduction of the world into spheres of power, reducing the world from being a unipolar world to being a multipolar world, in which you will have different blocks of power running their own sphere of influence. Japan wants to have its own sphere of influence. The Chinese want to have their own sphere of influence. The Turks, the Germans, they all want to have their own sphere of influence. And so what Trump is doing by saying, okay, Germany, we can't help you out all the time. Okay, Europe, you have to take over the problem of Ukraine. We're going to put the burden of Ukraine on your shoulders. Okay, Turkey, we're going to let you just handle things in Syria. What is Trump doing? Okay, these countries, you guys have been so reliant on American aid, American money. We're not going to help you. So what message is America sending out? We can no longer rely on the United States. That's the message that America is projecting. So it's going to weaken America's influence over the world. And the idea of a multipolar world is going to become a very serious phenomenon. They want to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque and build the third. Yeah, that's correct. They want to build Solomon's Temple. You're absolutely right. That's right. And what is keeping Israel under control is America's aid. If America decides to one day cut off aid from Israel, you watch. Israel will reduce itself to being a theocratic, Jewish fanatical state. And there'll be no leash. You think Israel's bad now? If America pulls out the aid, cuts off aid from Israel, Israel will be far, far worse than what it is now. Israel will reduce itself to being a complete fanatical society filled with lunatics, and they're going to kill not only Arabs, they will kill Jews who don't agree with them. And it'll be like Judea after the crucifixion of Christ, in which you had Jews killing each other during the Roman-Jewish War. Israeli aid cancellation may be a big problem for both the ceasefire and the... Yeah, of course. That's right. But I'm not talking about right now. This is not going to happen right now. But I'm saying down the line in the future, I suspect America is going to eventually just rescind itself away from Israel, pull itself away from Israel, and just say, who cares? Israel, you do what you want. We're not going to stop you. And if America pulls out aid, cuts off aid from Israel, the fanatics in Israel are going to say, why do we restrain ourselves? Why are we not building a temple? Why do we tolerate the Al-Aqsa Mosque? We don't need to tolerate these things anymore. We're not getting American money anymore, so who cares? Do you see what I'm saying? So at that point, you'll have the moderate Israelis, and the moderate Israelis will say, yes, but let's not kill people. Let's not be tyrannical. Let's not be fanatics. And those moderate Israelis will be in the crosshairs of the fanatics. And the fanatics will say there is no point in restraint. Let's just go crazy. Let's kill who we want to kill. Let's kill however many people we want to kill. Let's destroy all these people's homes. Let's destroy any amount of homes that we want to destroy. Who cares? There's nothing there to restrain us. You see, so this is the thing. If America cancels its aid to Israel, that's what will happen. So all the people who are critical of Israel who say, well, why are we giving all this money to that country? We shouldn't be helping them. If you remove American money from Israel, the Israel that you're complaining about will be 1 billion times worse. And the war crimes that you're complaining about, the ones being done by Israel, will be much worse. And Israel will say, "Oh, you thought we were doing a genocide? No. Wait until you see us doing something even worse than what we did in the past. You're going to see a real genocide." Israel is tamed right now. What's taming Israel right now is American money. So if you cut off aid from Israel, you're going to unleash the Jewish beast. You're going to unleash all the Talmudic demons from hell. Don't forget that Trump forced Bibi. Yep, Trump is forcing the Israelis to do a deal. And they're probably using money to do it all. And what controls Israel? You think America controls Israel because Israel has a good heart and Israel's saying, oh, we got to listen to America because we're just nice people? No, they don't give a damn. They just want the American greenback. That's it. That's the only thing controlling Israel. You remove that money, the Israelis are going to say, okay, we got all this technology. We got our own Jewish Silicon Valley. Why in the hell should we be nice to anybody? Palestinians, get out or die. Your homes, they're going to be bulldozed. Your land, it's going to be our property now. We're going to put our nice big houses on your property. We're going to get beachfront property. We're going to build beachfront properties on your land. We don't give a damn. And America will say, yeah, we don't give a damn. Yeah, stop being so mean. And the Jews will say, why should we listen to you Americans? You don't give us money anymore. So all you people who are anti-Israel, let's be real here. The last thing that you want is for America to stop giving money to Israel, because that's the only thing making sure that Israel remains somewhat civil in its military responses. Egypt aid may be also a part of the deal since Egypt is kind of neutral. Well, America gives money to Egypt because, as someone already said, there's something called the Suez Canal, and a lot of products go through the Suez Canal. When it comes to other countries, don't forget that it's temporary because they're trying to fix the balance. Yeah. I think eventually what's going to happen is you have the Tucker Carlson mentality. And the Tucker Carlson mentality is very, very popular. You see, it's growing. So if you had the Tucker Carlson mentality is, why are we helping these foreigners? We should only be helping Americans. If that mentality grows to the point where it dominates the American government, eventually you will see America just washing its hands from Israel. Washing its hands of Israel and saying, okay, F Israel, we're not going to help you anymore. And that's that. You see, but that's what the trend is pointing to. The trend is pointing towards Tucker Carlsonism taking over. Tucker Carlson's dad worked for the CIA. It doesn't surprise me at all. Did he really work for the CIA? I'll have to fact check you on that one. I'll check that out. That's interesting. Tucker Carlson. Father. Who was your father? Richard Warner Carlson. Ooh. Warner. Was this dude in the CIA? Oh, damn. Tucker Carlson's dad, man, he looks different. He tried to apply to the CIA? Okay. So here's Tucker Carlson's father. Richard Warner Carlson. An American journalist. All right. American journalist. diplomat and lobbyist who was the director of the Voice of America. Voice of America was a Cold War CIA outlet. That was a CIA ran outlet. It's still ran by the CIA. Carlson has also been a newspaper and wire service reporter. All right, was this dude in the CIA or what? Okay, hold on. Let's just do a search. Let's just search this dude's name, not this guy. Richard Warner Carlson, CIA. I'm not getting any answers here. I hate the way Google does things nowadays. I'm not seeing anything about his dad being CIA. This guy was in the media. He was just a big timer in the media. Investigative journalism, banker. Voice of America. CEO. This guy was a pretty big figurehead, though. It says here he has also been involved. Can you guys see this? Carlson has testified dozens of times before various U.S. congressional committees, including Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the House Foreign Relations Committee. He has also been involved in negotiations on behalf of the U.S. government with many foreign governments, including those of China, Korea, USSR. This guy was a big timer. In 1990, Carlson addressed the Israeli Knesset with Malcolm Forbes Jr. Okay, so this guy was a big deal. Wouldn't surprise me if he was CIA. But Voice of America, that was definitely a CIA outlet back during the Cold War. Tucker tried to apply. That's correct. Yeah, that's what I read. I read that just now. That's why they are preparing new Khazaria for themselves by cleaning Ukraine. Ashkenazi Jews are Germanized Turks. Ashkenazi Jews from Khazaria, by the way. Check some stuff out. Yeah, the Khazarians were a Turkic people. Because they know the Israel project could falter. Yeah, I heard that there was a bunch of Orthodox Jews who moved to Ukraine recently. All right, guys, let's go back to this article here. Let's go back to this article here. So it says here, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said this week that all life-saving humanitarian assistance would continue, offering a respite for what he called core efforts to provide food, medicine, shelter, and other emergency needs. But he stressed that the reprieve was temporary in nature, except for Israel, right? Nothing is temporary for Israel. You know, all these guys, Rubio, Huckabee, Segwith, Hegseth, whatever his name is, all these people are evil. They're all evil. All of them are wicked. You know why I say they're evil? Because they're hardcore Zionist. Now, why would I say that a hardcore Zionist is evil? You know why I say they're evil? Because you look at a guy like Huckabee. You look at a guy like Rubio. Pro-Israel to a fault. Pro-Israel without any sort of thinking. Indiscriminately pro-Israel. They don't give a damn. They have this fanatical obeisance to Israel. And if you were to go to these people, Huckabee, Schmuckabee, Rubio, Ruby, whatever, Ruby Red, and if you were to say, hey, listen, here's an article from the New York Times about Israeli war crimes, And there's an article here about how Israeli soldiers will open fire on civilians and will actually have competitions over who can kill the most civilians. Huckabee, Schmuckabee, Ruby, Hegseth, whatever his name is, they would all say, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. But it says it right here in the article. And there is actually Israeli soldiers who have come out. And the fact is that my source is not the New York Times. My source is all the Israeli soldiers who have fought in Gaza, and they have said that this is what they saw, that they saw war crimes. I don't care. I don't believe that. You see, that's why I say these people are evil. Because Israel can do no wrong. We don't give a damn. That's the evil of these people, bottom line. That's just the evil of these people. But he stressed that the reprieve was temporary in nature with limited exceptions. Beyond that, hundreds of senior officials and workers who helped distribute American aid had already been fired or put on leave, and many aid efforts remained paralyzed around the world. Most of the soup kitchens in Khartoum, the battle-torn capital of Sudan, have shut down. Until last week, the United States was the largest source of money for the volunteer-run kitchens that fed 816,000 people there. So right now, the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world is in Sudan. Because now, why is there a civil war in Sudan? Well, because you have the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, and they're a bunch of murderers and rapists, and they were they were basically the butchers for Omar al-Bashir. Omar al-Bashir, he was the dictator who ruled Sudan, and Omar al-Bashir was essentially a Hitler. He was an African Hitler, and he butchered millions of people. Who did the killing for Omar al-Bashir? Who did the killing? It was the Janjaweed. The Janjaweed then wanted to make themselves look professional, so they changed their name to the Rapid Support Forces. They're really just the Janjaweed. The Janjaweed were a mix of different Islamist thuggish groups that got together, but now they're the RSF. So Omar al-Bashir was overthrown in a coup, and Mr. What's his name? The guy who's running Sudan now, I forgot his name. The Sudanese government told the RSF, okay, you guys need to integrate yourselves into the official military of Sudan. And the RSF said, no, we are not going to do that. We are the RSF. We are the Janjaweed. Nobody tell us what to do. Nobody tell us what to do. Sudanese government do not tell us what to do. So the Sudanese government said, well, we're not going to allow that. And then it sparked a war. And there was a war. You see? And this war has been going on ever since. So now, who suffers? The average person who has nothing to do with any of this bullshit. And who's backing the RSF? One of America's biggest allies, the UAE, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, is backing the RSF with weapons, and in return, the RSF is giving gold to the Arabs, to the UAE. The UAE doesn't give a shit if the RSF are murderers and rapists, because they're getting that Sudanese gold that they want so badly. So you have a massive humanitarian crisis, and the UAE doesn't care because they're getting all the gold, and the Americans don't give a shit. They're not stopping it. Why aren't the Americans stopping it? Well, because we can't stop the UAE from supporting the RSF, because the UAE is a major ally of the U.S. Why is the UAE a major ally of the U.S.? Well, I don't know, because the UAE just so happens to be on the Strait of Hormuz, and it's right across from Iran. So if we lose the UAE, then we're going to give more power to the Iranians, and we can't have that because the Iranians want to take full control over one of the biggest transit points for the exportation of oil in the world. That's the reason why. So it's a giant bloodbath, and then the United States says, okay, well, we don't really give a shit about these people. We're just going to pull all the aid and let these people suffer, and we don't give a damn. And that's the world that we live in. For most people, it's the only meal they get. So for a lot of people living in Sudan, the only meal that they were able to get was from these soup kitchens. Now the soup kitchens are closed. And this person who said this, Hajuj Kukka, this person says that this person has described Khartoum as a city on the edge of starvation. After the American money was frozen last week, some of the aid groups that channel those funds to the food kitchens said they were unsure if they were allowed to continue. Others cut off the money completely. Now, 434 of the 634 volunteer kitchens in the capital have shut down, Mr. Kuka said, and more are going out of service every day. So the majority of these soup kitchens in Sudan closed down. Why? Because America first. That's why. But this money, I mean, it doesn't cost a lot of money to run soup kitchens. It don't matter. That money should be used to help Americans only, damn it. Some poor people in Africa starving to death. We don't give a damn. We don't, that's not our problem. Let those people fend for themselves. That's the mentality. We live in a time when the more ruthless and callous you are, the more of a chance you have to win an election. That's it. Compassion is no longer a selling point. No one gives a shit about compassion. If you are a compassionate politician, or if you at least present yourself as a compassionate politician, you ain't gonna win a damn thing. No one gives a damn. What people want is a Donald Trump. They want a Javier Milei. They want a Viktor Orban. That's what they want. They want a Bjorn Höcke. They want an Elon Musk. That's what they want. That's what these people want. They want a Hegseth. They want a Netanyahu. They want a Ben Gvir. They want a Smotrich, Bezalel Smotrich. That's what people want. They want a hard ass who's going to say, F the poor. I don't care if you're starving. I don't care if your baby is living off the few drops of milk that are left in your teats. In fact, we enjoy watching you suffer. If a politician came out and said, I love watching migrants suffer, that's a selling point. That guy has more of a chance of winning than the person who says, I want more compassion. That's the sad world that we live in. That's the sad world that we live in. That's the thing. People in Israel, it's not like people in Israel are saying, hey, listen, we don't want to see children suffer, but, you know, it's a necessary thing. I mean, there are people in Israel saying that, don't get me wrong. But there are a lot of people, there are too many people in Israel who are saying, how many children have died? The more the better. How much housing have we destroyed? The more the better. And they just love being cruel. Being cruel is a selling point. It reminds me of the 100 Years' War. And yes, I will be getting into medieval history. 100 Years' War. You know, there was a siege that took place during the 100 Years' War in which the English besieged a French city. And the city was reduced to utter starvation to the point where the city had rationed its food so much that they said, okay, only the rich and the people who are in the middle will have access to the food. The people who are very poor need to be kicked out of the town. And the French threw them out. The French kicked out the poor with the belief that the poor would be allowed to leave the town, to leave the outside area of the town, to go out and find food. And what happened? The poor were kicked out, and the poor consisted mainly of elderly folks and women and children. They were kicked out of the town. And the English said, no, you can't leave. Well, we got kicked out. We got to go find food. Tough luck. We don't give a damn. That's what the English told them. You have to now stay in the moat. There was this ditch, or I guess you could say a moat around the town. And the English said, you have to stay in the ditch. So you had all these poor people, thousands of them, stuck inside a ditch. No food. And they say that you could see the mothers dead on the floor from starvation and their children sucking on whatever milk they could get from their dead mother's breasts. And they say that you could see people in agony, aching, just screaming in agony from sheer starvation. And it was so horrendous to witness this that some of the English soldiers couldn't bear it. They couldn't bear the sight of seeing this, and so they gave bread to some of them. But it wasn't enough. Tons of people starved to death in that ditch. And the English, for the most part, just sat there and watched and did nothing. They didn't give a damn. They watched as those French people starved to death. And they didn't allow them to leave to go out and find food. They forced them to be reduced to starvation. They forced them to die from starvation. And so that's the level of callousness that we're dealing with here. People just don't give a damn. And the more that you don't give a damn about the suffering of others, the more popular you are. That's the world that we live in. Psychopaths, yeah. By the way, why exactly Saturday is a rest day for Jews? Check out the hexagram. I don't know, dude. I don't want to get too esoteric with that stuff. The hexagram is known as a second representation of third cube, and David's star has... Well, you know, the Star of David is from the Kabbalah, right? It's an occult symbol. Also, funny cylindric hats is a symbol of Saturn. They want Zelensky as well. Siege of Orleans, that's correct. Yeah, I forgot which area it was, but yeah, you're right. I did a video talking about it. Let's read the rest of this article, shall we? After the American money was frozen last week, some of the... Okay, I already read this. Many of the aid workers, doctors, and people in need who rely on American aid are now reckoning with their relationship with the United States and the message the Trump administration is sending. America is focusing on itself. And that is the whole point of me reading this article. The whole point of me reading this article is to show you guys what the geopolitical effects of what Trump is doing are. What are the effects? That's the effect. The reason why America gives aid to third world countries is not because America has compassion. It's to control those countries. That's why America gives money, aid money, to third world countries, because America says, okay, America says, we give you guys money, but you guys have to do stuff for us. So we're going to help you out. Here's aid money. But you guys have to help us out, and you guys have to do what we tell you guys to do, or else we're going to cut off aid. So this is how America controls other countries, through money, investment, that sort of thing. America doesn't need other countries to be wealthy. It doesn't. For a long time, America was the breadbasket of the world. America doesn't need to import food. America doesn't need to give money to other countries to be successful. America could just recluse itself and grow its own food and use its own oil, and America will be fine. America has the capacity to do that. The reason why America invests money into other countries and buys the products of other countries and gives aid to other countries is to control those countries. It's about geopolitical leverage. That's what this is about. Thank you, Theo. I appreciate that, Kevin. So if America says, okay, we're not going to give aid, then America is really relinquishing its control, its power. And so what it does is it forces a conversation to be had in which people will ask the question. They will present the question, why should we be even subservient to the United States? And the American empire will decline if this trend continues on. And like I said, the Europeans will say, Well, we have to build our own militaries. The Germans will say we have to make our military powerful because we cannot rely on the United States. And that's the trend that we are moving towards. It feels like one easy decision by the U.S. president is quietly killing so many lives, said Sa Na Pa, a tuberculosis patient who said he was told to leave a U.S.-funded hospital in the Ma La refugee camp, the largest refugee camp on the Thai-Myanmar border. So there's been a civil war in Myanmar for a long time. I have never studied that civil war. I have no idea why the people at Myanmar have been killing each other for so long. I have no idea why. No, I've never studied the problem. I've never studied that whole conflict. Never. But from what I understand, just by reading this article, is that they are people who have fled Myanmar and they are living in Thailand as refugees, and American money was supporting the refugees in Thailand, and now those people have no support from America. Mr. Nafa, who fled Myanmar in 2007 to escape the fighting there, said the staff gave him a week's supply of medicine and told him that was all they could provide. Once my medicine runs out, I have nowhere else to get it. I mean, this is a really shitty situation. I really feel bad for this guy. I really do. The public health implication of the aid freeze are broad, health workers say. In Cambodia, which had been on the cusp of eradicating malaria with the help of the United States, officials now worry that a halt in funding will set them back. In Nepal, a $72 million program to reduce malnutrition has been suspended. In South Africa and Haiti, officials and aid workers worry that hundreds of thousands of people could die if the Trump administration withdraws support for a signature American program to fight HIV and AIDS. At stake is not just the goodwill that the United States has built internationally, but also its work to promote America's security interest. In Ivory Coast, an American-sponsored program collecting sensitive intelligence on al-Qaeda-related incidents has been interrupted. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, some of the funding to United Nations agencies supporting more than 4.5 million people displaced by a rapidly growing conflict in the country's east has been frozen, according to a U.S. humanitarian official on the continent. Some of the roughly $70 billion annual foreign aid approved by Congress has been directed at supporting civil society in countries with authoritarian regimes, especially in places where the United States sees democratic gains as furthering American security or diplomatic interest. In Iran, where the work of documenting detentions, executions, and women's rights abuses is done by outside entities funded by the United States, activists say the U.S. pullback now means that there will be a few entities holding the Iranian government accountable. So basically you have these activists living in Iran and they're being backed by the United States, and their job is to record human rights violations done by Iran, and they're saying, hey, without this U.S. aid, there's not going to be any of this monitoring of Iranian human rights violations, so that could enable the Iranians to do what it wants without international criticism. So really, I mean, what was that about, right? That's about America using that criticism of Iran as propaganda fodder against the Iranians, to make the Iranians look bad, to make the Americans look good, and to thus strengthen this image of America as this beacon of civilization, and to strengthen this image of Iran as this evil country. So this is for propaganda purposes that help America's image in the world. So America pooling aid, what does that do? Like I said, it sends the message that you can't rely on the United States. The fallout from the aid freeze is likely to reverberate geopolitically, giving American rivals like China a window of opportunity to present itself as a reliable partner. So in other words, hey, we can't rely on the U.S. Let's go with the Chinese. Let's go with the Russians. Let's go with the Turks. That will set China apart from the U.S. to win the hearts and minds of many of the global South countries. In Africa, America's well-run aid machinery was one of the factors that differentiated the United States from China and Russia, while Moscow deploys mercenaries and Beijing mines are for rare minerals. Washington has reached across the continent with aid programs worth billions of dollars that not only save lives, but also provide a powerful form of diplomatic soft power. So America pulling its aid from African countries is going to leave a vacuum for China and or Russia to fill up. And so that's why you've been seeing the Chinese getting more and more involved in the agricultural industry in Africa, because they are there to fill up a gap left by the United States. And this is all about projecting Chinese power. It's about widening China's presence geopolitically. And America doesn't want that to happen. So that's why America has been giving aid to these countries. The thing is that the Trump ideology, or the MAGA ideology, MAGAism, has been dominating American political discourse. And so you see America pulling aid from these countries. So, like I said, it's all of this forces the world into a conversation that presents the question, why do we rely on the United States? We have to rely either on another superpower like China, or we have to make our own damn superpower. We got to make our country powerful. So that's the article. I don't have to read the whole thing. You guys get the picture. Minister of Russia Shoigu was accepted by Malta order. Narishkin wife is also a Jew. Okay. By the way, the name Shoigu sounds Japanese. Agritech automated robot AI, they're doing it here. The Miller guy said it didn't matter after losing migrants, it would be automated. Oh yeah, that's another thing. This is very true, by the way. You see the whole thing with migrants. Everyone's saying, well, we got to get rid of the migrants. You know, all you guys are doing is you're accelerating the development of artificial intelligence. That's all you guys are doing. That's literally all you guys are doing. Well, we got to help the American worker. Because the migrants, you see, they cut down the salary. They cut down the payments. How do I say it? Yeah. They bring down the price of wages. They bring down the wages, and who suffers? The American worker, damn it. Okay, so you get rid of the migrants, right? Let's say you get rid of the immigrant workers, and so they're not working on the farms because if they got to hire Americans to work on the farms, and that means higher wages for American farm workers. Okay, then you have no more migrants doing construction. We got to hire Americans to construct houses. So that means what? That means higher wages for construction workers. That means price of housing will go up, the price of rent will go up. Okay, fine. But it doesn't matter because Americans are working. Okay, so all these big companies that build houses, all these big agricultural companies that do the farming, they're going to say what? We're not going to pay money to all these assholes. We're not going to give all these high salaries to these Americans. We got to get the robots in business. Oh, you want us to pay more money to you because you're an American? Okay, well, capitalism's a bitch. And you Americans love worshiping capitalism, so you love capitalism. We're not commies. Biden's a communist because he gives jobs to immigrants and he hates Americans. Well, capitalism's a bitch. And since you love capitalism so much, guess what? Capitalism is not just something that the average person can do. The big-ass capitalist, the big businessman, is also going to participate in capitalism. And that means making robots, so we don't have to pay you assholes all that money. That's what that means. So all you people are doing by pushing for migrants to get out is you're accelerating the development of AI. Because the more you assholes ask for money, higher wages, the more you incentivize these big companies to make the robots. And they want to build an army of robots to do the work. Farming work, construction work. Oh, yeah. Well, you guys are just the migrants or the... Okay. Bring in the AI. Bring in the AI. Well, and then if you start bitching that the robots are taking your jobs, guess what the big business guys are going to say? Capitalism's a bitch. And if you're mad about that, perhaps you're a communist. Maybe you need to vote for a Democrat. Then the Democrats may come out and say, hey, we're here for the workers. And maybe that'll be what's going to revive the Democrat Party. I live in New York. Mexicans are building houses, not Americans. Yes, that's right. You know why they're building houses? Because they're cheap labor. That's it. They're cheap labor. The thing is that, and I've said this before, if you get rid of all the migrants and you just get, we're going to hire Americans, that's going to raise the prices for construction. Everything's going to go up. Housing, rent's going to go. Rent's up. Why is rent so high? Why is it so high? Because you had to pay an American to build the house. You have to pay Americans, and they're going to demand wages. They're going to demand benefits from their employer. So then it's gonna go from migrants are taking our jobs to robots are taking our jobs, and then the big tech guys are gonna say, well, we're capitalists, and capitalism is all about what? Increasing profits and bringing down the cost of labor. Spending as less money as possible for the product and getting as much profit possible. That is what capitalism is about. You see, that's the thing. So that's what you guys are doing. Elon Musk is all about AI. Peter Thiel is all about AI. Alex Karp is all about AI. All these people they're all about AI and robotics, and that's what they want. That's why they're pushing nationalism. You ever wonder why they're pushing nationalism? Because they don't want. You think Germany is using migrant labor? They're using migrant labor. You think those Syrians are all homeless? No, a lot of them are working in construction. They got migrant labor. Oh, they're taking our jobs. Okay, so maybe that's the reason. Maybe we have finally figured out why Musk is pushing nationalism. Maybe that's why he's doing it. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe he wants people to get mad at migrant and immigrant labor so that they can get deported, and then those countries are going to hire only native workers, German workers, American workers, British workers, whatever. Then that'll bring the cost of everything, bring the cost of construction up, and then people are going to say, well, we need cheaper wages, and all the big business owners, the big owners of these companies are going to say, well, we need cheap, it's too damn expensive. And then all the assholes are going to complain, price of rent went up, I can't even afford a house. Oh, you can't even afford a house. Oh, God, the big capitalists are sucking us dry. And then what's going to happen? Bring in the robots. Round up the robots and send them off to Guantanamo. It's going to be like that movie, I, Robot. And perhaps that's the reason why Elon Musk wants this. So that way he can invest money in AI. Tesla's going to come in. Have you seen... Oh, damn it. We just figured it out. I think we finally cracked the code. We finally cracked the code. Have you seen Elon Musk's robots? We've seen him, right? He did a whole demonstration. He showed his iRobot machinery. Yeah, Jack the robot, he can hammer a nail faster than a human. Yeah, human being go, well, we got to get the power tools. The nail going. Oh, I need more air. My compressor. Robot gonna come in. They're gonna be like, boom, 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 done, boom, 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 done, boom, boom, boom. You can build a house at half the price and in half the time. If Musk's robots won't do the salute, I ain't. Yeah. Welcome to Muskland, where our hearts go out to you. Oh my God, guys. We are not heading to anything good. So Musk maybe is thinking, hey, we can get people into AI. We can get big companies into AI. How do we get big companies to use AI robots faster? Well, we'll rile up the native populations of these Western countries against immigrant populations. We deport the immigrants because the immigrants are bringing the wages down. So we have those people deported. Then we bring we bring the wages up, right? Wages go up. And then people are going to complain because everything else is going to be more expensive. Then we introduce the robots. Oh, the price of... So there's no more migrants in America? Oh, well, fast food went up. Everything's going to go up. Bring on the robots who can flip hamburgers. Bring on the robots who can build houses. Bring on the robots who can build boats. I don't know. Bring on the robots who can harvest apples, tomatoes. In comes Musk. I got the new Tesla robot. Buy my product. And even if this is the case, it's still not going to stop the trend of ultranationalism. It won't. It'll only make it worse. Then all the nationalists are going to say, look, the big capitalists are ruining us. Vote for me because I believe that you are more than just a worker. I believe that you are more than just a unit for your country's GDP. You are a soul. You are a man. You are a man of the earth, of this land, and we follow a religion of blood and soil. Your blood is mixed with this land. Your flesh is of the earth of this nation, the nation that you are a part of, and we will not let these greedy capitalists overrun you and reduce you down to the level of just your nation's GDP. We are for blood and soil. Vote for the National Socialist Party. You can't stop what's coming either way. Because remember, Hitler did not just present himself as the man of the race of Germany. He also presented himself as a man who would fight the big capitalist. And he presented himself as someone who cared about the German workers. He cared about the German workers, and he said that the big capitalists only want to use you for your labor, but I am here to say that you are more than just a laborer. You are a German, a man of the soil of this land, and your blood is linked to the soil of this land, and we follow a religion of blood and soil. Vote for the German National Socialist Party. And that's what it was. So any way you look at it, nationalism is not going away. If the big tech companies start getting powerful to the point where people don't have enough jobs, or people aren't able to find work because they're being replaced by robots, you will see some form of nationalist socialism coming up, and that political ideology will rise up, and the acolytes of that ideology are going to say what? That we are here to defend you against these greedy corporatists. And then they're going to say what? They're going to say who runs these companies, who's the shareholders, who's running the money behind these companies. They're going to say it's the Jews who are behind it. Hope for no civil war over robots. We are for blood, soil, and microchips. Yeah, and then the people are going to vote for the nationalists. They're going to vote for these crazy nationalists, and what will happen? The nationalists will join forces with the big tech corporations. No matter how you look at it, that's how it's going to be. Hitler said, we're against the evil, greedy capitalists. He ended up working with the evil capitalists in the end. And then maybe they'll have work camps, death camps. You know, I mean, we are entering a very ugly part of history. If Musk's robots won't do this, 2017 he told the World Government Summit that the world needs UBI because robots will replace us. 2022 he said his Optimus robots would solve our labor shortage. Oh, damn. So there you go. There you go. Romanticism is a sweet poison. You're right, Theo. Gaza is a beta test for us. Yeah, Gaza is a big test. Using AI to find targets to kill. They're using their robotic. Well, we can't rely on human beings to find targets. We're just going to use an AI program to find it. And what's YouTube doing? They use AI to determine who gets canceled and who doesn't. Oh, our AI program says, oh, you said some opinion that we don't like. We're going to get rid of you. So they're using AI to find people to kill, and it's very indiscriminate. They don't give a damn. And what type of technology is Israel using? They're using the technology that Palantir uses. And Palantir is a company that develops aiming systems, surveillance systems. They're one of the biggest data analytics, AI software development companies in the world, if not the biggest of its kind, Palantir. And that's ran by some homosexual eugenist Nazi who's from Germany, by the way, named Peter Thiel. And that's the thing. So they're using AI in Gaza. What's Gaza? Let's be real here. It's a place where you can't escape. Let's be real here. Oh, it's full of terrorists, but it's also a fenced-out area people can't escape from. You got people who are stuck there. It's like killing fish in a barrel. Oh, we on the war. You're not on a war. You're just shooting people. It's like fish in a freaking barrel. And they're all walled up. And it's a perfect place to experiment weaponry. It's a perfect place to experiment using AI to kill people. You can kill as many people as you want. Nobody gives a shit. The Muslim world doesn't give a shit. The Saudis don't give a shit. They don't like the Palestinians. No one likes the Palestinians. They're the most hated people in the Middle East. They are the most hated people in the Middle East. People say, oh, everybody hates the Jews. The Arabs will make a pact with the Jews before they make a pact with the Palestinians. Nobody likes those people. So it's a perfect testing ground. You want to slaughter people like they're freaking rats? Then go ahead and do it. Israel was using white phosphorus on civilian populations. Nobody gave a damn. They just snipe people, kill people. They don't give a shit. Use AI. And what's happening? Palantir comes out and says, oh, look at our products are being used. Oh, yes, Israel, buy our stuff. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Money. And that's what it is. It's a testing ground. How can AI be used to find people and murder them? And so if Turkey wants to do a genocide on the Armenian population over there in Nagorno-Karabakh or in Armenia itself, what do you think they're going to use? They're going to use AI. Find as many targets as possible. Kill them. Destroy them. AI. And you're seeing it. Israel used to use human beings to find targets. Now they're using a computer system. And when the computer doesn't have any more targets, they lower the criteria. They lower down the criteria for what is a terrorist. So the damn thing can give them more targets so they can kill even more people. So I think we just figured it out. I think, because for a while I thought, why? People say, well, Ted, you see Musk supporting Nazis, right? What's the goal? What's the motive? Is he a real Nazi, or is there some other motive? I think we may have figured it out on this damn Friday afternoon stream. Perhaps what it is because so many people are complaining that migrants are lowering wages, immigrants are lowering down the wages, the working man can't get a decent wage in this damn country. So then Musk says, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with the people. I'm this. So then we got to get rid of the migrants. So he's supporting all these parties that want to deport people. Mass deportations, that's what we need. So let's say they get what they want. They do mass deportations. What's going to happen? Brings the wages up. Oh, this is great. Wages have gone up. This is amazing. And then what's going to happen? The big companies are going to say, well, we're giving a little too much money to these people. $10 an hour. I mean, you're asking for too much. We're losing money. We're losing money. I mean, I know I'm making a $20 million annual salary, but damn it, $10 an hour is just too much. We got to cut the cost down. That's what capitalism is about at the end of the day, is it not? Lowering down the amount of money needed to make a product and making as much profit as possible. That's what capitalism is about. So what's going to happen? Hire the robots to flip the hamburgers, hire the robots to build the houses, hire the robots to do the farming. It's about accelerating the process of AI. And then Musk makes money. All these people make money. I think we just figured it out. I think we're onto something here, guys. Such is the nature of technology, yeah. So Musk is pushing racism because he probably has a future plan to make a lot of money by selling robots. And hey, if the Nazis take over and they want to do massive amounts of killing, guess what they're going to use to do the killing? Robots. And it's going to be like that movie, The Second Renaissance. And if you have not seen The Second Renaissance, I do not recommend it because it is one of the creepiest movies I've ever seen in my life. It's an anime. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. The Second Renaissance, it's part of the Matrix cinematic universe. It's part of canon. It's part of the canon for the Matrix cinematic universe. And the Second Renaissance, it was directed by the Wachowski brothers, I think. I'm not sure about that, but it's definitely part of the cinematic universe of the Matrix. And I used to be a humongous fan of the Matrix. I still kind of am, though not as much. I read a lot of the comics, but I watched the Animatrix when it came out. I got it from the local Blockbuster. And I watched the Second Renaissance. And let me tell you, I was so horrified watching that movie. It's about robots taking over the world and just murdering people by the millions, just slaughtering people, enslaving humanity. I was so horrified by that. I couldn't sleep. Horrifying. I do not recommend it, but I will recommend a film called I, Robot. Isn't that what Andrew Yang was running on UBI to offset? Yeah. And so that's what you see. And a lot of people have been talking about this. They're saying, well, if robots are going to take over, then we got to start getting into socialism. And that's another thing that's going to get pushed more and more. They're going to say, well, a lot of people are losing their jobs to robots. So now they're saying a lot of people are losing their jobs to immigrants and Indians and all this stuff. And then what's going to happen? Well, people are going to start saying, well, we're losing our jobs to AI. And then what? Well, we got to get people on socialized Medicare. So we got to give people a government handout. Universal basic income. So again, it's going to be used as an opportunity to push for socialism. And so if you have nationalism, and remember, when the Nazis were running, socialism was extremely popular. So what's going to happen if you have a rise in nationalism, and then coinciding with that, you have a rise in socialism? Perhaps National Socialism will be back on the market. Well, we're nationalists, but we're also socialists. And your job was taken away by some evil corporate, greedy fat cat CEO who wants robots to take your jobs, and a robot took away your job. And you are more than just a worker. You are a member of this amazing race, and you are a man of the soil, and you are a man of this nation. The blood that runs through you is the blood that can be descended all the way back thousands of years ago to an ancient race of human beings. They're the Hyperborean race, and your job was taken away by these evil corporate fat cats. I'm here to remind you that you are more than a job, and not only will we make sure that you get money, but we will make sure that your race is respected, because we are all part of the same family. We are all part of a big family. Vote for National Socialism. It wouldn't surprise me if that's what happens in the future. Sounds like everyone will have to live on a centralized monetary system to give them money, and they will have. But you see, that's what they want. That's what they want to be established, right? But is that going to happen? That's a totally different question. Well, you see, stakeholder capitalism. See, Grace Joy brings up stakeholder capitalism. What is stakeholder capitalism? It's about big industry taking care of you. So big industry is saying, what? We got to get the robots. We got to get AI. We got to get robots to do the jobs of the people. But you have this ideology of stakeholder capitalism. And what does stakeholder capitalism teach? It teaches that your corporation, the corporation that you're working for, needs to take care of you. So it's about big industry taking care of people. It's about giving power to big industry. That's what this is about. And the Nazis gave a lot of power to big industry. And so the Nazis, they gave really the power of life, and they gave the power of life and death to big industries. The Japanese did the same thing. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that the Germans worked with the big companies, and big companies used to run work camps. IG Farben had work camps. Mitsubishi had work camps. So there was so much power to big industry under the Third Reich that you had big industry literally running work camps. That's how powerful they were under the Japanese and under the Third Reich. So if you give ultimate power, so if you have nationalism, socialism, if you have racism, eugenics, right, and all these ideologies are merged together in a giant leviathan of a ideological amalgamation, then what you're going to have, and then on top of that, you have this idea of giving power to industry to take care of people. Industries to take care of people. Industry is going to start having work camps. They're going to give a shit. They're like, man, industry is going to say, wait, hold on. We have power to take care of people, but we don't want to pay people. Oh, okay. Well, you can take slaves. And that's what the SS was doing. The SS was selling slaves. That's what they would do. They would take all these people from Poland, from other parts from Eastern Europe, from all the places that the Third Reich conquered. They would take these slaves, they would sell them. So this slave is worth this many Deutschmarks. So IG Farben or some big German company would pay money to the SS to buy slaves. So the SS became traffickers. So if you give so much power to big industry, and on top of that you have eugenics and nationalism, and you have all of these ideologies that are indifferent to the sacredness of human life. I mean, you're talking about returning to some serious historical nightmares. So there we go. Yeah, it makes you wonder why robots were shown as friendly and helpful in media like Disney. Yeah. Well, there were films that warned us about this. The Second Renaissance warned us about this. A Space Odyssey, that movie, the Space Odyssey film, where the robot is named Hal. That film is pretty creepy, and it was warning us about that. iRobot warned us about this. You could say Terminator warned us about this, right? There were a lot of warning signs coming from Hollywood. But the warnings don't matter, right? We watched iRobot. We saw a film in which robots start killing people. And here we are just worshiping Musk. And what is Musk pushing? Robots walking around. And the robots that Musk is building, they don't look too different from the robots on iRobot. So there's that. So let's get into a different article here. Let's talk about Egypt and the possibility of another revolution in Egypt. This is a pretty scary prospect that we're dealing with here. Warning or predictive programming? I don't know. It says here that Egypt fears Syria's revolutionary fervor could be contagious. So the Egyptians are worried that because there was a successful revolution in Syria, that there could be a successful revolution in Egypt in which al-Sisi will be overthrown. So it says here that soon after Islamist rebels overthrew the authoritarian president of Syria, Bashar al-Assad, a hashtag gathered steam on Egyptian social media. It's your turn, dictator. So this is what people started saying to al-Sisi on Twitter after Assad was overthrown. The message for President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt was unmistakable, but he hardly needed the warning. Yeah, absolutely. So for a long time, the Egyptians have been worried about another revolution taking place in Egypt. There was a revolution that took place in 2011 in which you had Hosni Mubarak being overthrown. He was then replaced by the Muslim Brotherhood, and enough Egyptians voted for Mohammed Morsi, who was a Muslim Brotherhood agent. Muslim Brotherhood for decades has been used as a CIA asset, as a proxy for the CIA. And so what happened was the Muslim Brotherhood took over Egypt, and then the Saudis got really, really worried because the Saudis are terrified. They're terrified of the idea of Islamist revolutionary fervor rippling through the Middle East, because they are monarchs. They're the Gulf Arab countries are ran by monarchs, and those Arab monarchs are terrified that they will be next, that it'll be their heads on a chopping board, so to speak. So they don't want that to happen, understandably so. So the Arabs did a conspiracy to have Mr. Morsi overthrown. Morsi was overthrown. He was replaced by Mr. Al-Sisi, who is currently running Egypt. The question is there going to be a revolution in Egypt? It's very possible that there will be a revolution in Egypt. Why do I say that? Because the Muslim Brotherhood is still very popular in Egypt. A huge chunk of the Egyptian population supports the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood has a lot of influence in Egyptian society. The Egyptian government has been working very, very strongly to curb the influence of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egyptian society, and so they, of course, have arrested people and they've tortured people, and this is all done for the purpose of preventing Muslim Brotherhood influence from becoming too powerful in that country. The question is Egypt going to have the capability and the capacity to prevent the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood from boiling over into the rest of Egyptian society and boiling over into the government? And so here's the thing, is that the Muslim Brotherhood is being backed by Turkey. Turkey has been really the biggest backer of the Muslim Brotherhood. And so Turkey wants the Muslim Brotherhood to take over Egypt. They do. They want the Muslim Brotherhood. What took over Syria? Was it not al-Nusra? And is al-Nusra not an offshoot of al-Qaeda? And is al-Qaeda not an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood somehow? Is al-Qaeda not somehow a descendant of the Muslim Brotherhood? So Turkey loves this, and really Turkey has acted as a headquarters for the Muslim Brotherhood for years. So if the Muslim Brotherhood takes over Egypt, that will be an expansion of Turkish power, just as al-Nusra or HTS taking over Syria was really an expansion of Turkish power in the Middle East. So if al-Sisi remains in power in Egypt, that would mean less power for Turkey in the Middle East. Turkey doesn't want that. Now, if you can control Egypt, you can control the Suez Canal, and that's a lot of power, and that's a lot of money. So it's definitely to the interest of Turkey to back a coup in Egypt. If Turkey can successfully operate a coup in that country, that would mean Turkey having control in the Suez Canal. So you're talking about Syria's power. It's pretty scary stuff. So it says here that since the ouster of Syria's longtime dictator on December 8th, Egyptian leaders have watched events in the Syrian capital, Damascus, with grim-faced vigilance. Grim-faced vigilance. That's how the article describes the leaders of Egypt, that the leaders of Egypt have been vigilantly seeing the updates in Syria, but with a grim face, meaning that they're not too enthusiastic about this whole thing. In fact, not too long after Bashar al-Assad was overthrown, a lot of Syrians living in Egypt were arrested because they were celebrating the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. And al-Sisi is a Sunni. Bashar al-Assad is a Shiite, Alawi Shiite, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care. So al-Sisi is not saying, well, I'm a Sunni, that guy's a Shia, I don't have to worry. Because at the end of the day, al-Sisi and Bashar al-Assad had the same interest, which is to curb the power of Islamism in their countries. Because if Islamism gets too powerful, then you end up with what happened. You end up like Bashar al-Assad. That's how you would end up. And Mr. al-Sisi does not want to end up like Bashar al-Assad. So what's the Egyptians supposed to do? What are the Egyptians going to do? The Egyptians have been harshly dealing with Muslim Brotherhood activity in their country. And so that gives propaganda fodder to the Muslim Brotherhood operatives to then say, oh, look, al-Sisi is tyrant, terrible tyrant, blah, blah, blah. And so that is used to rile people up against al-Sisi. So it says here that both countries, Egypt and Syria, have had a turbulent history since the Arab Spring uprisings that started in late 2010 and spread across the Middle East. The Syrian revolt culminated almost 14 years later with Mr. al-Assad's fall. The Egyptian revolution deposed the country's longtime authoritarian president, Hosni Mubarak, and saw an Islamist political party come to power in the country's first free elections. Mr. El-Sisi seized power 2 years later in a military takeover, and he and like-minded leaders in the Persian Gulf and beyond remain wary of Islamist groups gaining any power in the region, as they just did in Syria. Days after Mr. al-Assad fled Syria for Russia, Egyptian security forces arrested at least 30 Syrian refugees living in Cairo who were spontaneously celebrating his fall. According to the Egyptian Initiative for Personal Rights, a rights group, the Egyptian authorities also made it harder for Syrians to travel to Egypt in the aftermath of Mr. al-Assad's overthrow, requiring most to obtain security clearances first. Mr. El-Sisi has given unusually frequent addresses in recent weeks to defend his record. So El-Sisi, he's trying to defend his image. He's saying, listen, I am not a tyrant. I don't have blood on my hands. And that's what he says here in this speech. My hands have never been stained with anyone's blood, and I have never taken anything that wasn't mine. So what is El-Sisi doing? He's trying to say, I'm not Bashar. I'm not like Bashar al-Assad. I am not a mass murderer like Bashar was. And so he's trying to make this image that he's a good man. He's not a tyrant. It doesn't work. The reason why it doesn't work, this sort of language doesn't work, is because the people who want to overthrow al-Sisi don't really give a shit if al-Sisi kills people, because the people who want to overthrow al-Sisi are murderers themselves. That's the thing. They want the power to mass murder. They want the power to be tyrants. They want the power to be despots. They want the power to impose Islamic law in the society. So they don't give a shit if al-Sisi is a tyrant. They will use this image of al-Sisi as a tyrant in order to push their own agenda, in order to bolster their own position, to get people to follow them. So al-Sisi can sit there and say, I'm not a tyrant, all he wants. His enemies will always present him as a tyrant because his enemies want him gone. Even if he's the nicest man in the world, his enemies want him gone because his enemies want the right to impose Sharia law. That's what this is about at the end of the day. It has nothing to do with whether or not al-Sisi is a tyrant or not, and it has everything to do with competing ideologies and competing factions. And the Islamists want to control Egypt. So Turkey comes along and says, yeah, we want the Muslim Brotherhood to rule. Why does Turkey want the Muslim Brotherhood to rule? Because that would mean an expansion of Turkish power. That would mean Turkey taking over Egypt. And that would mean the further revival of Ottoman power. And that would mean also Turkey having control over the Suez Canal, which would be a huge boost for Turkey's geopolitical power in the Middle East. So there you go. So it says here, let's see here, hold on. In doing so, he seemed to draw a contrast with the deposed Syrian leader while brushing aside his own human rights record, including a massacre by the Egyptian military forces that he led of what rights groups say were at least 817 people protesting Mr. El-Sisi's takeover of power in 2013. But you see, that's how it works in the Middle East. In the Middle East, if you start protesting the government, they kill you. The reason for that is because a protest in the Middle East is an attempt at making a revolution. That's what protesting means in the Middle East. In America, we can protest, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we want to overthrow the government and spark a civil war. In the Middle East, when people start doing protests and they start screaming Allahu Akbar and all that, what that means is we want to do a revolution. We want to do a revolution and kill you and shove a stick up your ass like we did to Gaddafi. That's what that means. So, of course, al-Sisi is going to kill these people because killing them means his survival. Since the rebels in Syria seized power, Egypt has arrested or began prosecuting several people considered political opponents, including the director of a prominent rights group, the wife of a detained political cartoonist, and a TikTok user who had been posting videos critical of Mr. El-Sisi. So some teenager or some young person in Egypt started using TikTok, and he knows that people have low attention spans and they can't focus for a minute on anything. So some person, I guess, was making videos, real quick videos, saying El-Sisi is a criminal and a tyrant and he should be gone and yada, yada, yada. Middle Eastern people, I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of you guys are kind of stupid. Yeah, you are. A lot of you guys are stupid people. I don't understand why you're calling for a revolution to overthrow al-Sisi. You guys were happy when Morsi was overthrown because he was a Muslim Brotherhood fanatic. So why in the hell do you guys want to overthrow al-Sisi? I don't get it. Don't you guys know that if you overthrow al-Sisi, you're going to give power to Turkey? People don't think about these things. And I'm not saying that Arab people are stupid, because I also say the same thing about Israelis. I think Israeli people are pretty stupid, because a lot of Israeli people think that a lot of Israeli people thought that it was a great idea to overthrow Bashar al-Assad, and they helped to overthrow Bashar al-Assad, and look what happened now. Look what's happening. You have Turkey literally right next door, next to Israel. They're right next door from Israel. And now the Israelis are worried about a rising Turkey as their neighbor. So that's a pretty stupid decision. Overthrowing Bashar al-Assad was a very destructive decision to make. A lot of Israelis thought it was a great idea. A lot of Israelis thought it was a wonderful idea. Let's get rid of Bashar al-Assad. He's an ally of Iran, yada, yada, yada. And now you have the Israelis pushing forth this idea of pushing Palestinians into Jordan and Egypt. So they want to deport, and Mr. Trump, he wants to deport 1.5 million Palestinians. He wants to push them from Gaza into either Egypt or Jordan. And so what do you have in Jordan? Jordan is the last bulwark that you have in the Middle East. And I talked about this in my last stream. Jordan is the buffer zone between Iran and Israel. That's it. King Abdullah is an ally of Israel. King Abdullah is an American ally. If King Abdullah is overthrown, if he is overthrown, what will happen is Islamists will take over Jordan. You'll have Palestinians taking over Jordan, or you'll have Syrians taking over Jordan. You're going to have, regardless of the race or ethnic group, you're going to have Islamists taking over Jordan. And if Islamists take over Jordan, you know what that means? That means the Muslim Brotherhood taking over Jordan. And do you know what that would mean? That would mean Turkey controlling Jordan, because the Muslim Brotherhood is a proxy of Turkey, and the headquarters of the Muslim Brotherhood is in Turkey. So if the Turks take over Jordan, do you know what that means? That means there's no buffer zone. Nothing. If the Muslim Brotherhood takes over Jordan, that means there's no buffer zone between Iran and Israel. Because if you look at a map, you have Iran, you have Iraq, you have Jordan, you have Israel. So Iraq is already just an extension of Iran. It's a majority Shiite country. So the Iranians will just go from Iraq into Jordan, into Israel. And the Turks can go from Lebanon to Israel. The Turks can go from Syria to Israel. And Israel can get hit by two different regional powers at the same time. And so what is Israel doing? They're saying, well, we got to have, Israel says, put hundreds of thousands of more Gazans into Jordan. The thing about Jordan, everyone, is that Jordan is going through a huge economic crisis. A lot of native Jordanians, non-Palestinian Jordanians, have lost their jobs to refugees because the refugees are cheap labor. So there's a lot of hatred, a lot of anger and resentment that's brewing. So what you could have is another revolution in Jordan. And if another revolution happens in Jordan, if a revolution happens in Jordan, because from all this mess, you could have a revolution in Jordan. And if a revolution happens in Jordan and the king is overthrown and you have Islamists taking over the country, Iran is going to say, okay, now is my chance to put my influence, sink my tentacles into that country. The Turks are going to say, okay, this is our chance to sink our claws into that country. And there's no buffer zone. There's nothing there. At least with King Abdullah, you have a U.S. ally. You have an ally of Israel next to Israel. With him gone, there's no alliance. There's no protection. There's nothing. When Iran attacked Israel with a barrage of missiles, Jordan helped Israel out. Jordan helped the United States out. So if you remove the king, the Hashemite kingdom, Israel's screwed. So Trump is pushing for more Palestinians to be pushed into Jordan. A lot of Palestinians in Jordan are pro-Muslim Brotherhood. So if you get even more Palestinians, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get even more Muslim Brotherhood in that country. And you could push the country to the brink of revolution. So Israel, I think, could be just building its own noose with this whole idea of just forcing Jordan to absorb hundreds of thousands of more Palestinians. I know what a shareholder is. Can you explain what a stakeholder is? So a shareholder, you know what a shareholder is, so I don't have to explain that. Stakeholder is somebody who is a part of the company. So an employee is a stakeholder. So that's what it's meant by stakeholder. When they say stakeholder capitalism, that basically just means the company taking care of its employees more and putting a priority over employees instead of over putting more priority over employees than on shareholders. Any random rumor, regardless if it's true, may create a lot of reaction and impact. Okay. So that's the whole thing. So Trump's saying, well, more Palestinians should be sent into Jordan. Israel's saying more Palestinians should be sent into Jordan. You're only pushing Jordan closer to revolution. And it could possibly just tip the scales to the point that you'll have a revolution in Jordan. I keep saying another, but you'll have a revolution in Jordan. The Palestinians in the past tried to do a revolution. It didn't work. Do you think Gazans will leave to Egypt? It's very possible. It's very possible because you know they a lot of Gazans moved to the north. They were hiding in the south as they were taking refuge in the south, and they went up north. And what they returned to in northern Gaza was ruins. Their homes were in ruins. I mean, you can see the photos of Gaza. Look at the photos of Gaza, northern Gaza. There's nothing there. It's a desert. There's nothing there. There's no homes. It's all ruins. It's very depressing. It's very depressing. So where are they going to live? Tents? So the Americans are saying, and the Israelis are saying the same thing. Well, you can't really live in the north anymore. It's not livable. Israel destroyed all the infrastructure there. So go and live in Egypt or go and live in Jordan. The Jordanians and the Egyptians said, well, we don't want them here. And the Americans are going to say, what? Tough luck. And the Americans could say, listen, Egypt, you want more aid? You better take in the Palestinians. Jordan, you want our help? You better take in the Palestinians. So it's very possible that this plan will be put into effect. And if you have, let's say, 600,000 Palestinians pushed into Jordan, then you could have terrorists in Jordan. You could have more terrorists. You could have more pro-Muslim Brotherhood agents in Jordan. And they are Palestinians who want to do a revolution in Jordan. So if you have too many Islamists in Jordan, you could have a revolution. And if the Hashemites are gone, then there's no buffer zone between Iran and Israel. And Israel is only going to be screwing itself. A plane just crashed into the neighborhood in Philadelphia. Okay, can you give me some more information on that? Do you feel compassion for Palestinians, being that you're Palestinian yourself? I feel compassion for all people who suffer. It doesn't matter what race they are. I feel compassion for Ukrainians. I feel compassion for Sudanese people. I feel compassion for just for anyone who suffers in war. Mexicans who suffer under drug cartels. Nigerian Christians who get persecuted by Islamists. I feel compassion for Syrian people who have suffered because of this horrible civil war. I feel compassion for Alawites who get butchered by Sunnis. I mean, I feel compassion for people. I don't say, well, I'm a Palestinian and therefore I feel sorry for these people. That's not how I work. Because when I saw videos of Israelis being murdered by Palestinians on October the 7th, I felt terrible for those Israeli people. So I don't like the idea of feeling sorry for people because they're part of my race. I don't like that idea. What do you think of Trump demanding Saudis to pay $1 trillion? I haven't looked into that, so I wouldn't really know. But I read that the Saudis agreed to invest $600 billion into the U.S. Anything that the Saudis do for the United States is the Saudis acquiescing to American demands because the Saudis are terrified of Iran. So anything that Saudi Arabia does, be it working with the Americans, be it working with the Israelis, it all stems from the same thing, and that is the fact that they are terrified of the Iranians. Same thing with Israel working with Saudi Arabia. Why is Israel working with Saudi Arabia? Because Israel's terrified of the Iranians. And now Israel's terrified of Turkey. And the Saudis are also terrified of Turkey. The Israelis and the Saudis are both terrified of the same things, geopolitically speaking, and that is Iran and Turkey. Probably more so Turkey, because Turkey, I think, is a more reputable militarist country than Iran is. But Iran is growing also in power, from what I understand. Apparently, it was a small personal plane and made a big explosion. Okay. That's terrible. So Turkey is rising up, and Israel partially is responsible for the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad. And guess what's next to Israel, thanks to the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad? A revived Turkish power right there in Syria, right there next to Israel. And so the Israelis have said, listen, we got to prepare for a possible war with the Turks. The Saudis are also terrified of a rising Turkey. They are. Remember, the Arabian Peninsula and Israel all used to be under the Ottoman Empire, and the Turks want to revive their empire, which means that Turkey, Saudi Arabia, these countries are on the crosshairs of the Turks. So they're terrified. That's just the bottom line, plain and simple. They are terrified. Have you seen the Club of Rome's 1974 plan for 10 regions? I have not. You're a sweetheart, Theo. I keep telling people it's the governments versus we the people. I mean, I think the people, though, I appreciate your comment, but I will say that the people also have a responsibility in the sense that people spawn the governments that they're under. Because all the politicians were once people. So people have, I think, just as much of a responsibility. I think people have all the responsibility, actually. I don't like the idea of just blaming governments, because governments are spawned by people. What do you think of Dan Bilzerian and his comments about Jewish involvement in the Armenian genocide? Well, what Jewish involvement was in the Armenian genocide? I know that Theodor Herzl was willing to take Ottoman money to lead the Armenians to their deaths. So I'm interested to know what other details he brings, other than that one thing that I do know. But the thing about the Armenian genocide is that there were other people that were involved. The Germans were involved also in the Armenian genocide. I think that Dan Bilzerian, he could bring up things that are true, but I think he has his own agenda, and that agenda is insidious. I think a lot of people who bring up Jewish people, they can bring up facts, they can bring up things that are true, but the question that I always have is, what's your motivation behind presenting those facts, right? You have people who bring up facts about Jews, and those facts may be true, but the motivation behind bringing those facts may be evil. Is his motivation that he loves Adolf Hitler? Is his motivation that he wants to bring back Nazism? So what's the motivation? That's always the question that I have. People say, oh, I'm bringing up facts, so I'm the good guy. Just because you bring up facts doesn't make you the good guy. You can bring up facts for an evil motivation, and that means that you're evil. In fact, I would say that the most dangerous people in the world are the ones who bring up facts to justify evil, because they bring up the facts and then they put you in a position where you feel like you can't reject what this person is saying because he's bringing facts. And the reality is that this person is bringing up facts for a very insidious and destructive and murderous agenda. So I always ask the question, what is the motivation behind bringing up facts? What do you think? Okay, that makes you and me as Americans personally responsible for it. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I understand what you're saying. But at the end of the day, I would say that generally speaking, governments are a reflection of the people that they rule over. Generally. Does that mean that people should die or be killed because they voted for a particular government? No, because you have to also take in the factors that people are naive, people are deceived. But at the same time, I think people should be vigilant enough to understand the deception. The problem is that too many people are not vigilant enough. So it's like this whole obsession with Elon Musk. I mean, people are just revering Elon Musk, and the question is, why are you revering Elon Musk? What's the point? Well, he's a great guy and this and that, and those people are responsible to understand the evil motivation of Elon Musk. They don't care to. And when someone brings up the facts of Elon Musk's own evil agenda, they don't want to hear it because they are so stuck in their bias. So Elon Musk's popularity is the result of people revering him. The sad thing is that people are not willing and they don't want to really inquire into the truth of Elon Musk. I think a lot of people in the Jewish conspiracy world have never actually met Jewish people. A lot less exciting than they make them out to be. Well, when people bring up Jews, they don't really bring up like the average Jewish person. They're bringing up someone who's Jewish, who's influential. Let's go back to this article, shall we? I need to get a new Twitter account. I'm going to get a new Twitter account because my Twitter account is 100% censored. And I'm not saying that in the sense of, oh, I suspect I'm being shadow banned or anything like that. I know for a fact I'm being censored because every time I post something on Twitter, Twitter says, oh, your work was covered. Your work is being censored because it has sensitive material, and there's no sensitive material. So I think I know I'm going to get myself a new Twitter account. And I'm gonna basically just start from scratch. And if I get censored again, then I'm just gonna leave X for good because there's really no point of me in even posting an X the way with my current account because I'm so censored, it's unbelievable. I'll post something up and I get 10 views, 20 views at most. It's just nothing. There's no point in me posting on X with my current account. So I'm just gonna make a new account, start posting on there. I'll upload my videos on X. Also YouTube until YouTube gets rid of me. And if Twitter starts telling me, oh, you're posting sensitive material, so we're going to censor you, I'm just going to leave X for good and never come back. That's going to be my my solution. All right, everyone. So let's get back to this article on Egypt. So it says here that since the rebels in Syria seized power, Egypt has arrested or began prosecuting several people considered political opponents, including the director of a prominent rights group, the wife of a... Okay, I already read this. 2011 is only 14 years away, said Miret F. Mabruk, an Egypt expert at the Middle East Institute in Washington, referring to the year of the Egyptian Revolution. The Egyptian authorities, she said, know that things snowball. After years of deepening economic misery across Egypt, Mr. El-Sisi was already in an acutely vulnerable position. Any hint that Egyptians could scratch Syrians' revolutionary fervor spells trouble, not because Egyptians want armed revolt, Ms. Mabruk said, but because it could take very little for their disgruntlement to explode into protest. The most visible attempt to capitalize on the moment has come from Ahmed al-Mansour, an Egyptian who left the country to fight with Syrian rebels years ago. After Mr. al-Assad's ouster, he repeatedly ranted against Mr. el-Sisi online from Damascus. And what do you think happened? The new Syrian government arrested this guy. They arrested Ahmed al-Mansour because the Egyptian government told the new Syrian government, you better arrest this asshole because we don't want him in Egypt and we don't want to see revolution in Egypt. The threat sent Egypt's TV anchors, who often amplify pro-government talking points on their nightly broadcast, into an uproar. One host, Ahmed Musa, called on Syria's new leaders to act. They must tell us if they are with. They must tell us if they are with what is happening in the targeting of our country or not. He warned. So this guy is saying, hey, if you're not loyal, if you got people who are not loyal to the Egyptian government, we need to know. Shortly after his tirade in mid-January, the new Syrian authorities arrested Mr. al-Mansour along with several associates. He was detained on his way to a meeting with the country's interim defense minister, according to a statement from the anti-Sisi movement Mr. al-Mansour founded. Many have soured on Mr. al-Sisi after years of economic crisis, the most recent of which was triggered by the successive shocks of the wars in Ukraine and Gaza. But the problems are also rooted in government mismanagement and overspending, including on grandiose mega projects. So the Egyptian government is hurting. You got people spending money on bullshit, and you have a lot of people who are disgruntled, and they have a lot of resentment towards the government. So they want revolution. They want revolution. With Egypt deep in debt and losing revenue, the currency has crashed. Some goods have become difficult to find, and inflation has soared. Such hardships have suffocated a population of about 111 million people, where nearly 1 in 3 already lived in poverty, according to official statistics. So a lot of resentment, a lot of hatred there, a lot of poverty, which means that there is a lot of interest in revolution. Mr. al-Sisi has tried to shield himself from criticism, saying in a recent speech that the country was already in bad financial shape when he took over in 2013, and that Egypt's rapid population growth had made it difficult to provide for his citizens. But he had spent years boasting of the prosperity he would bring to Egypt, prosperity that never came, even as he inaugurated a costly new capital city, complete with a gleaming presidential palace. So what are these people saying? They're saying, well, this al-Sisi guy, he spends all his money on himself. He got himself a new lavish palace. He's living this luxurious lifestyle. We're in poverty. He promised that he would make the country better. He promised that he would make the country more economically strong. But look, he's only feeding himself. He only cares about filling up his own pockets. He doesn't care about the people. Down with al-Sisi. And you can see this sort of rhetoric, right, that's building up against this guy. People are seriously discontented, and therefore he's trying out there to what these people freaking write. Oh my God. People are seriously discontented, and therefore he's trying out there. What do you mean try? What does that mean? He's trying out there to just tamp things down. Okay, whatever. Maybe I'm just not good at English. Mr. al-Sisi spent the ensuing years stamping out the Brotherhood in Egypt, viewing it as a threat to his power. Egyptian authorities prosecuted thousands of Brotherhood members, and rightfully so. Understandably and rightfully so. Yes, those Muslim Brotherhood people, they are revolutionaries, they're rebels, they're violent, they're murderers. No country would put up with this bullshit. No country would be putting up with this bullshit, I guarantee you. Al-Sisi, and listen, any political leader would be doing the same thing that Al-Sisi has been doing. Any political leader would be doing the same thing. You got these Muslim Brotherhood lunatics, of course you got to get rid of them. So Al-Sisi's government prosecuted thousands of Brotherhood members and suspected sympathizers, labeling them terrorists, while others have fled the country. Even weakened political Islamists remain a popular target for Mr. al-Sisi. So al-Sisi is targeting all the Islamists. Well, of course he is. This is not a surprise. Mubarak was doing the same damn thing. Mubarak was doing the same damn thing. What do you think Mubarak was doing? He was trying to save his own skin as well. He was arresting all these Muslim Brotherhood fanatics, and they eventually took over. And I think Egypt is going to be another target. That's what I fear. I fear that Egypt is going to be another target of revolution, and it's going to happen again. Basically, what happened in 2011, I fear is going to happen again. Or, Turkey's just going to invade Egypt in the end anyway. That's another possibility. Now, it's possible that there will be no revolution, right? It's possible that al-Sisi will remain in power. But even if al-Sisi remains in power, I think Turkey is going to invade. Perhaps what's going to happen in the future is Turkey's going to say, listen, we've tried to get the Muslim Brotherhood to do a revolution. It's not working. The Egyptian government is too strong. We can't allow this to happen. We are going to invade. We're going to invade. We want to expand our power. We want to take over the Suez Canal. That's the whole thing. So either way, I think Egypt is going to be diminished in the end. I think eventually Egypt is going to be overtaken by Turkey's power. So either way, Egypt is not heading down a good road. So it was unsurprising when the Egyptian authorities sounded a note of caution about the lightning rise of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. That's the group that took over Syria. The group was once affiliated with Al-Qaeda, but has disavowed extremist origins. That's bullshit. They, if you look at what their name was before they called themselves HTS, they were Jabhat al-Nusra, and Jabhat al-Nusra were a bunch of murderers and rapists, and so now they're HTS. Now they're the good guys. Now they are the good guys. Before they were terrorists, now they are amazing politicians. Egypt may have had a little love for Mr. al-Assad, analysts said, but it had come to prefer the brittle stability he represented to the chaos and conflict that surround Egypt and Libya, Sudan, and Gaza. So there you go. So they knew already that Bashar al-Assad was a much needed factor in the Middle East, and Israel knew that. Before Assad was overthrown, Israel knew that, but too many people in Israel didn't give a damn, and they worked for the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad. Have you seen the animated show I, Pet Goat, parts 1 and 3? I have not. One of the most terrifying things I've seen at the end, the Israeli flag and ISIS flag blend. Really? I, Pet Goat? I'll check that out. That's interesting. So Israel thought it was a great idea to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. They overthrew Bashar al-Assad. Now they're regretting it. Egypt's foreign minister Badr Abdelati has called on regional and international partners to ensure that Syria does not become a source of regional stability or a haven for terrorist groups. Mahmoud Badr, an Egyptian pro-government activist who helped foster the anti-Muslim Brotherhood protest movement that paved the way for Mr. al-Sisi's ascension, said on X soon after Hayat Tahrir al-Sham swept into Damascus that the group and the Brotherhood were indistinguishable. Of course, yeah, you can't just, they're all the same shit. So there you go. There is a large prospect that there will be another revolution in Egypt. But even if there is no revolution in Egypt, Turkey is always going to be there. And eventually Turkey will take over Egypt. Give me one moment, guys. I am going to get some water. And I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to get myself probably some more caffeine. So give me one moment here, guys. I'll put the music on high. And I'll turn my mic off. You guys can listen to the music. welcome. Yep, I'm back. Have some tea here, some more caffeine, Earl Grey, or as one Irishman on this chat put it, English bathwater. All right. Got some more stuff to read about, so let's get right to it. We read the stuff on Egypt, we read this other stuff, we read this other stuff. So, the Vatican. Earl Grey, yep. The Vatican has a whole bunch of pedophiles in the Philippines, and the New York Times recently did an article about this. Background music is great. I'm glad. So the New York Times did this article recently on a bunch of Vatican pedophiles living in the Philippines. The Philippines. No surprise here, right? None of us are shocked. Vatican pedophiles hiding in a third world country under the protection of the Vatican? I'm not surprised at all. Or, I'm so shocked. Oh my goodness. So it says here that a watchdog group, Bishop Accountability, said it had found scores of clerics with ties to the country who have been publicly accused of sexual abuse. Not surprised at all, not shocked at all, but very few have been disciplined. I am so shocked, so surprised at this. Oh my gosh. A watchdog group on Wednesday accused the Catholic Church in the Philippines, of a culture of impunity, saying it had scores of priests who had been accused of sexually abusing children, and that many remain in active ministry. I am very shocked. I'm so surprised. I'm so shocked. I need Mr. Lofton to do a video on it to explain to me how I can cope with this reality. So shocked, guys. Pedophile Catholic priest. Oh my goodness. I'm just in disarray right now. I don't even know what to do with myself. I need cope. I need the most holy Catholic cope of Rome to explain to me why this is. The group, Bishop Accountability, said it had identified 82 priests and brothers with links to the Philippines who had been accused of abuse in recent decades. It said it compiled the list from reputable media reports, court records, church documents, and other public sources. The men were local priests or those from abroad who were accused of abuse in the Philippines. Oh, really? Foreigners traveling to the Philippines and abusing kids? This has never happened before. It says here that, or Filipino clerics who served at home before facing accusations overseas. So we have Filipino pedophiles going to different countries and doing crimes. But not one priest has been convicted of sexual abuse. Oh, I'm so shocked. Of course not, because the Vatican doesn't work with the authorities. But not one priest has been convicted of sexual abuse in the Philippines, the group said, citing Bishop Buenaventura Famadico. The country has the third highest number of Catholics in the world, about 85 million after Brazil and Mexico. It was the largest sign that the Catholic Church's global abuse scandal is still ricocheting, this time in Asia, a region that the Vatican is eyeing for growth. So they're trying to expand their presence in Asia, but then you have this bullshit. A whole network of pedophile sickos. And they're dressed up with the clerical attire. And they use religion as a way to hide themselves. I mean, these people can't get more evil than this, right? These people are just pure evil. So it says here, Pope Francis has ordered clergy to report allegations of abuse and cover-ups. saying every diocese must have a system that allows the public to submit reports easily. Oh, and I've reported this type of stuff to the Vatican, to the diocese, and you know what happened? Nothing. I remember going to a priest. He was an Irish priest. And I said, hey, I know a priest who is a predator. And he said, oh, what's his name? And I gave him the name. I said, Father Robert L. Kinzel. He says, well, call up the diocese. Call up the diocese and tell them what's happening. Actually, I don't think he was Irish. I think he was Irish. He was some kind of British. Whatever, regardless of where he was from. I told him what was happening. And he just said, oh, well, just call up the diocese and tell them. I mean, this guy didn't give a damn. He did it. He did not give a damn at all. These people don't care. They just don't. You know, it's part of their religion. It's been going on for too long. He sent them forth to really change things up, said Anne Barrett Doyle, the co-director of Bishop Accountability. None of this is evident in the Philippines. None of it. So nothing's really changing in the Philippines. She added that her group's list almost certainly did not cover all abuse because it often goes underreported. One of them was the Reverend Jose Belcina, who was charged by prosecutors in the city of Cebu in 2006 with rape and child abuse. So this guy was charged with rape and child abuse. The church removed him from his parish and made him undergo a process of spirituality. So let's not work with the authorities. Let's not work with prosecutors. Let's not work with investigators. Let's just say the guy went through some religious rehab and be done with it, damn it, and then tell the victim to just get over it already. But when the police tried to arrest Father Belcina, they could not find him. Oh, I wonder why. According to Miss Doyle's group, when a journalist asked the spokesman of the Archdiocese of Cebu about Father Belcina's location, he responded that he was not the priest's custodian. That's like when Cain told God, am I my brother's keeper? Am I my brother's keeper? He's not my responsibility. I don't give a damn. Father Belcina denied the charges, which were later dropped by the accuser over reasons of reconciliation and peace. The priest was then reassigned to another parish in the province in 2008. He remains in active ministry. We hear about these. Now, this is from Miss Doyle here, and she says, we hear about these cases because the victims were courageous enough to go to law enforcement. The church is never the source of information. Never. And look how she emphasizes the word never. The church is never the source of information. It's always law enforcement. Why isn't the church the source of the information on these crimes? Because the church doesn't give a damn. That's the reason why. Like them Hindu gurus. Yeah, worse, I think. I think they're worse than the Hindu gurus because these people, they use Jesus. Hindu gurus, we know they're heathens. These people use Jesus as a cover. It's so sick and demonic and sinister, truly. Why isn't the church the source of the information on these matters? Because the church doesn't really give a damn about fighting this evil. And Cardinal Pablo Virgilio David said, as long as it says here that Cardinal Pablo Virgilio David added that only Rome, represented by the nuncio, has direct disciplinary authority over individual bishops. So only Rome has the authority to discipline bishops who are involved in these crimes. That's it. Well, if Rome is the only one that has authority through its nuncio, meaning through its representative in any given particular country, then why hasn't the Vatican gotten rid of these bishops, these evil bishops? church is complicit. They give a damn to shut the noise and attention down. Absolutely. They are absolutely complicit in this. They're absolutely involved. They keep hiding and covering up. So remember what Mel Gibson told Joe Rogan. And the Catholics made a huge deal about it. They were mad at Mel Gibson for bringing this up, but it's the truth. So Joe Rogan tells Mel Gibson, hey, Benedict covered up for pedophiles. And Joe Rogan brought up a specific example. He said there was a priest, I think his name was Father Murphy, and he was molesting, he was sexually abusing deaf children. Benedict covered up for it. The Catholic Church covered up for it. So that's just one example. So Rogan says, yeah, Benedict covered up for this stuff. And then Mel Gibson says, well, the current Pope, Francis, is also covering up for this stuff. And Joe Rogan said, really? And Mel Gibson says, oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's the truth. The current Pope is covering up. They all were covering up for this shit. John Paul II was covering up for it. Benedict was covering up for it. Now this Pope is covering up for it. Pius XII was the last good Pope, and after he died, that was it. The Darwinists and the evolutionists took over. I think Pius XII was the last bulwark of the Vatican, protecting the Catholic Church from whatever evils wanted to get in. And after he died, that was it. So, yeah, the current Pope is also doing it. How do you explain all these pedophile priests in the Philippines? The cover-up is still going on. Now, I want to read to you guys this very eye-opening article here. The Jesuit Pope Francis promotes, LGBT, absolutely. Should we defund the Vatican? Well, is the Vatican getting American money? If so, yes. We should cut that shit right off. Absolutely. Does the Vatican get American money? Hold on, let me check this out. It's an interesting question. Does the Vatican get U.S. money, American money? Hold on, what? Hold on, American government aid. No, the U.S. does not provide development assistance to the Vatican. Okay, I was about to say, that's crazy. I almost joined a Sedevacantist seminary. The spirit of a Sedevacantist and an Orthodox or Byzantine Catholic is similar. I can't be around Roman Catholic priests. They give off a gay vibe, except for Polish ones. Oh gosh, yeah, a lot of the priests do that. They give off weird vibes. I think most of them are absolute sickos. That's my opinion about Roman Catholic priests. I think most of them are sick bastards. You know, you had this Mel Gibson guy, and he went into the Joe Rogan show, and he was telling people the truth, and then all the Roman Catholics got pissed off at him. It's like, you guys do realize how crazy you look, right? You guys, Roman Catholics, I wish you guys realize this. I hope you guys realize how sick you guys look when you attack people for simply exposing the truth. Mel Gibson brought up the fact that the Vatican covers up for pedophiles. It's the freaking truth. And then you have these assholes, these sycophants. I could use a more dirty word than sycophant, but that's the best I can do. Sycophant, all right? These sycophants come out and they go, oh, well, Mel Gibson is wrong. And I even heard some Catholic guy on YouTube, he said, oh, actually, the pedophile thing, it's not really that bad anymore. It's not really that much of a problem as it was in the past. It's a lot better. Mel Gibson's making a big deal about it. Yep, look at all the dozens of pedo priests in the Philippines. no different than the bishop that Trump went to. No, actually, there is a difference. No, I will die on this hill. There is a difference between, now, in a way, you're right that there is no difference, but there is a difference externally speaking. The Roman Catholic priests are more deceptive than the bishop that confronted Donald Trump, the short-haired woman preacher. The Roman Catholic clerics are more deceptive because the Roman Catholic clerics come along and they say, oh, well, we're pro-life, and oh, we're for traditional marriage, and oh, we're for morals, and we're for Jesus and Christianity and all these things. And so a lot of the Catholic people who are conservative, they say, oh, I have a based priest, or look at my based priest, or the bishops are great, everything's great. And the reality is that a lot of those priests that you think are based and amazing are actually just continuing on protecting the evil institution of the Vatican. So no, there is a difference. The short-haired minister who did the sermon in the church that Trump was in and who confronted Trump, she is actually open and honest. We know what we're dealing with. All right? We know what we're getting. With the Roman Catholic clerics, you don't always know what you're getting into. You could be I'm telling you, I know this from experience. Father Robert O. Kinsel, he was a pervert. Father Robert O. Kinsel, he was an absolute predator, sexual predator. He was a wicked, evil person, but he came off as very conservative, pro-life, pro-traditional marriage, pro-traditional Latin Mass, was educated, spoke Latin, very educated man, a very cultured man. And when you met Father Robert O. Kinsel, he drew you in. He was like the dude. Remember the movie Heretic? I did a review for the film Heretic. Very good horror movie. If you are a fan of horror films, I highly recommend Heretic. Very well done horror film. I will say that Heretic is definitely one of the best horror films I've ever seen. And what made the villain in Heretic so creepy and scary was how in the beginning, when you first see him, he's, oh, come in. Oh, do you want some blueberry pie? Ah, yes, my wife has a pie. And he's so welcoming, right? As soon as you see him, you're immediately disarmed. As soon as you see the accent, hear the accent, you're disarmed. Everything about him just disarms you. And then he shows you his true colors and he puts the serial killer glasses on. And he is a wicked, evil bastard. That was Robert L. Kinsel. When you first met Robert L. Kinsel, the dude would totally disarm you. He was educated, cultured. He knew a lot about church history. He knew a lot about Catholic spirituality, Catholic mysticism, the saints, Ignatius Loyola. He knew about all these types of things, right? He knew about church history, all these things. And he was very pro-traditional, Latin Rite. And if you were, he's dead now, but I assure you, if you are a traditional Catholic, traditionalist Catholic type, conservative Catholic type, and you were to meet Robert L. Kinsel in 2013 in the city of Austin, in the Diocese of Austin, you would have liked him. You would have said, wow, based priest, he's great. He would have pulled you right in. And you wouldn't even know that at the same time, he would be preying on you. Or he would be thinking of something absolutely evil. So you have to understand this. The most evilest people in the world are not the ones that show their horns. They are the ones who present themselves as shepherds. They are the ones who present themselves as very good interlocutors, very good at having discussions. They are those who disarm you. They are the ones who draw you in. They are the ones who make you feel at ease before they strike you. Those are the wickedest people in the world. The purest evil that you can ever experience will be an evil that will draw you in before striking you. So you can meet a priest, very educated, based, everything. You like everything about him. You think he's crazy. You think he's amazing. And then one day he says, well, I think homosexuality is great, and here is why, and yada, yada, yada. And he's just going to ambush you with some sodomite heresy. You don't know. So you have to be very, very vigilant. Remember what St. Peter says, be vigilant, for the devil roams around like a lion, waiting to see someone that he can devour, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. That's how evil works. Hitler was a very good speaker, very charismatic, very good at having a discussion, very good at articulating his ideas. Very, very dangerous. You have to be very wary of those people. That's why a lot of times you'll watch these interviews with serial killers. And I think one of the scariest things to ever see is an interview with a serial killer. I have to turn them off. Honestly, I can't watch them for very long. Why do I find them so disturbing? Because many times when you watch serial killers talking, they sound way too normal. Not only that, but a lot of them sound very articulate. A lot of them sound like they could just be your next door neighbor and they could have a friendly conversation with you. And then you think, man, it's hard for me to believe that this guy was a murderer, but it's actually very believable. Because if someone is a mass murderer, if someone took pleasure in killing, that someone would tend to be very good at disarming people, at making people bring their guard down. You know what Ted Bundy used to do? He used to pretend to be injured and then ask a woman to help him get something into his van, and then he would push the woman into the van and kidnap her and take her away and kill her. That's what he would do. So you watch an interview with a serial killer, and then you read the comments. What do you always see in the comments? Oh my God, he's so articulate. I just can't imagine this person being a murderer, but I can. Why? Because I understand that because that person was a murderer, because he was a predator, that person was good at bringing people's guards down, making people feel at ease so that he could more easily strike when the person was not expecting it. That is evil, pure evil. That is evil in its purest form. And people just fall for the deception all the time. You know, I see this sort of thing every single time I bring up Elon Musk. I see this sort of bullshit. I will bring up Elon Musk and I'll say, listen, Elon Musk is showing his true colors. The Nazi salute, him supporting fascists in Europe, him supporting eugenics. I've been talking about this stuff for years. But, you know, the Nazi salute thing, that's a new installment in this in our observation of Musk, but all the other things, you know, his support for fascism, his support for eugenics, we've been seeing this for years. The views on the stream just dropped. It went from 30, I want to say 36 to 33, and it dropped as soon as I brought up Elon Musk. So the sycophants, as soon as they hear me talking about their cult leader, their tech cult leader, they don't like it. Well, F them. That's my response. But you see, every time I bring up Elon Musk, I have to hear about the deception of Musk. I want to talk about how Musk exposes himself, how he purposely exposes himself. He will support fascists. He will do the Nazi salute. And then what do you hear? You hear people saying, I'm about to sneeze, but he was in Auschwitz. I feel like I'm on the verge of sneezing. But for some reason, my body is holding it back. I don't know why. It's a really strange feeling to have. Elon Musk sees a tweet that says that Jewish communities are responsible for all this anti-white hatred, and Elon Musk agreed with the tweet. He said as a response to the tweet, "You are speaking the actual truth." That caused an uproar. Then he does damage control by going to Auschwitz. And then people say, well, he went to Auschwitz. How can he be a Nazi? And maybe Musk is not a Nazi. Maybe he has his own financial motivations. But the guy definitely, I think, has a sympathy towards far-right groups. I think he definitely has an ideology that can at least be paralleled with Nazism somehow. And then people will say, oh, but he was with the families of Israeli hostages. That's all deception. That is all deception. So when I bring up the facts that really expose Musk, people bring up the deception. It's like if we were fish and I say that bait that you see there, it has a hook. You don't see the hook. But I'm telling you that bait that you want to eat is on the hook. And if you grab the bait, you're going to be hooked, and then you're going to die. The fisherman is waiting for you. And you say, oh, no, but there's bait on it. I say, no, damn it, there's a hook there. No, but there's bait on it. So it's like if I say, this guy's a murderer, but he's so articulate, this guy's a murderer, but he's so nice, this guy's a murderer, but he's so friendly, this guy's a murderer, but he puts me at ease, this guy is a murderer. And all the positive traits that you're bringing up, that's all just deceiving you. And you want me to focus on the bait, but not on the hook. That's what you guys are doing. Elon Musk agreed with anti-Semitic propaganda, but he went to Auschwitz. Yeah, after that, as damage control. Elon Musk will back Nazis in Europe, but he hung out with Israeli the families of Israeli hostages. Yeah, but you see, you guys are focusing on the subterfuge. I don't focus on the nice things that people do. I focus on the bad things. That way I get to know what I'm dealing with here. I look at the red flags. You guys look at the deception that the person uses to hide those red flags. That's the thing. It's all just deception and subterfuge, and people fall for it all the time because they want to believe that Musk is good. They don't want to believe that Musk is evil. They don't want to believe that Musk has an insidious and evil motivation because they want to believe that Musk is good. They want it to be true that Musk is good because they have a perception. And they want that perception to be true. But if the perception is proven to be false, demonstrably, then they will refuse to believe what's in front of them. You see, this is what we're dealing with here. People see what they want to see, exactly. Because this H-1B blunder got a lot of heat from the very angry Nazis. And that's, but you see that Nazi salute, is it about him saying, I'm a Nazi? Is it him kind of dog whistling to the Nazis? I think, yeah, dog whistling, yeah. I'll just say that that's more than likely what's happening. But I will also say, and I think Musk knew this when he did that gesture, Musk wants to normalize the Nazi salute. That's what he wants to do. He wants to normalize it. What sensation? No marvel, for Satan has transformed into an angel of light, so there should be no wonder that his ministers would transform into ministers of righteousness. Interesting. From St. Paul. Hold on, I gotta read this verse. I knew about the angel of light verse, but I didn't know about the ministers of righteousness verse. Oh my God. Oh my God. I did not know about that second half of the verse. This is amazing. And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. So it is no surprise if his servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness. Wow. Okay, I knew about the angel of light verse. I did not know about verse 15. Now that is amazing. I'm going to be using this all the time now. So it is no surprise if his servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness. There you go. Right there. It's right there. You see, everyone... Oh my God. This brings a whole new perspective. Because people always sit there and say, oh, well... It's nighttime already. Oh, well, this person, how could you go against this priest? Or how could you go against this guy, this activist guy? He's great. He's based. He's conservative. He's right-wing. But Satan's agents will present themselves as righteous. Just like the people who killed Jesus Christ were people who presented themselves as righteous. So the real enemy, the real serious enemy, is not the one who says, well, I'm liberal, I love Sodom, I love this. That's not the real enemy. I mean, it's an enemy, don't get me wrong, but they're not the serious enemy. It's the devil that you can't see that's the serious enemy. And so when you have these Catholic priests who come along and they say, oh, I'm trad and I'm pro-life or I'm conservative, but then they're with Sodom. Then they're with the evil institution. Basically, the ones who are the worst are the ones that you have to observe in a way that you have to read between the lines. So in other words, they're going to have a bunch of good characteristics, or they're going to be saying things that are really good and true and trad and based and traditional and conservative, but they are these red flags. And that's why I say it's those red flags that you have to look for. It's not that you should just focus on the good things that the person says. You have to look at the red flags, because those red flags are what expose that person. So Elon Musk may say some good things about Israel, or he might say some good things in regards to conservative values, right? He might say things that are true and good, but you gotta look at the red flags, because those red flags would reveal the person. And once you understand that, then you can see, oh, okay, well, there's all these good things, but those good things are there to keep me from actually noticing the red flags. So you have to read between the lines. The people who wanted to kill Christ, they were preaching things that were good. They were saying facts. They were saying things that were true. But there were red flags. When Jesus brought Lazarus back from the dead and the chief priest wanted to kill Lazarus, that was the reddest flag ever. But I'm certain they were people who thought, well, they were great. They're amazing people. Well, they weren't. They were evil. Alexis just installed a patch onto very likely he wants to normalize it, but for the reason of it's free speech. But still normalization nonetheless, you see? So if you think, okay, there's nothing wrong with what Musk did when he did this, then if you believe that there was nothing wrong with what Musk did when he did this with his arm, then do it. And that's the challenge that Cenk Uygur gave to Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan said, I don't think Musk did anything wrong. I think he was ill-advised. But if you think that he was a Nazi, then I think you're a complete idiot. You are a total stupid idiot. Okay, Mr. Morgan, if what Musk did was nothing wrong, if he didn't do a Nazi salute, then do it. Do it. Do it. My heart to you. My heart. You know, if my heart goes out to all of you guys. My heart goes out to all of you right now in this room. All of you guys in the chat. My heart goes out to all of you. No. That's not what happened. You know, my heart goes out to you. That's what Elon Musk was doing. So if he did nothing wrong, then do it. And so now the people who love Musk, now they're confronted with something, right? They're kind of in a predicament. And what I mean by that is, well, if Musk did nothing wrong, then I should also be able to do what he did. I think I'm gonna do it. It gives me a warm and fuzzy feeling inside to do that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, nothing wrong. Absolutely. My heart goes out to you. You see what happened? So it's normalizing that. It's normalizing the gesture. And I am telling you right now, I would not be surprised to see one day a German politician getting up and saying, "Mein heart goes out to all of you. Yeah, damn it." It's just normalizing Nazism. That's all it is. That's all it is. So he may say things that are good. Oh, Musk said that we need to have more kids. This is great. Everything is amazing. But then he does this. And he supports Nazis in Europe. And he supports Hindu nationalists. Those are the red flags. And remember what St. Paul says in his letter to the Corinthians. The workers of Satan will act righteous. They will cover themselves up with righteousness. And a lot of evil people do this. People think, oh, there's an atheist who hates God. That's the devil you know. Oh, but Musk is great. He says we got to have more kids, and he loves Trump and free speech. That's the devil you don't know. That's the guy who's cloaking himself with righteousness. Oh, but this Catholic guy is totally based and he's trad, but he tells us that we have to be loyal to the Vatican, and he says that the Vatican actually isn't as bad as we make it out to be. That's the devil you don't know. You see, you got to. That's why I'm saying you got to look at the. You know how they always say you got to look at the silver lining. I believe you got to look at the red lining. You got to look at the red flags in the midst of all of the good things that are said and done. Mormons say things that are really good, but Mormons will also tell you that after you die, you can become a god and make your own planet and have a billion wives and have sex with women eternally and make spirit babies. I could go blind from what? Okay, here we go. So we're going to talk about the Turkish Navy. This is a serious phenomenon that we should be focusing on. And Turkey has really been able to seriously show the world that it can produce a massive ass navy. And Turkey right now is growing itself to becoming one of the biggest naval powers in the world. So this is from the Daily Sabah. This came out recently, and it says Turkiya's naval armed industry, a rising power. And it says here that the construction of a national aircraft carrier, a critical milestone for the Turkish Naval Forces Command, has recently commenced. The project, which includes leading Turkish defense industry firms such as Aselsan, Rokistan, Havelsan, and TAI, aims to globalize the capabilities of the Turkish Navy. The process, which started with the launch of the TCG Anadolu ship, has become more visible with the addition of new warships to the fleet. Projects involving destroyers, frigates, and corvettes are rapidly advancing to project the Anatolian Peninsula's coast with a global naval force. Turkish warships built using domestic resources this is something I want to underline here. Built using domestic resources. You see, this is a big deal because for a long time Turkey has been saying, why are we dependent on America for our parts to build our military technology? We need to be building our own military technology. We need to be building our own military technology domestically. And so this goes back to what I said earlier about America declining as an empire and getting more and more into non-interventionism or isolationism, and how the world is reducing itself into a multipolar world in which you have various blocks, various spheres of power. This is why the United States is focusing on taking control of the Panama Canal. America is working to really further solidify its zone, its sphere of power. The Germans want to do the same thing with Europe. The Turks want to do the same thing. They want to create and solidify their sphere of influence, their sphere of power. And so, Israel is a big superpower in the Middle East. Turkey is a superpower in the Middle East. So the question is going to be, who's going to run this sphere of influence in the Middle East? Who's going to run the biggest sphere of influence in the Middle East? Is it going to be Turkey? Is it going to be Israel? And eventually the Turks and the Israelis are going to clash. Eventually there's going to be a clash. So you see Turkey just creating its sphere of influence and now building military technology indigenously. And this is what Turkey has been aiming for, to be militarily independent and to be independent to the point where it can build its own military technology without reliance on the United States. And so America's saying, hey, we have to let Turkey do its own thing. We got to focus on helping Americans. We got to focus on America. This rhetoric, this way of thinking is really pushing the world pushing the world into this state of being multipolar, into being under multi poles or numerous poles of power. So it says here that Turkish warships built using domestic resources also aim to enhance the striking power of the Turkish Air Force's command. The use of Turkish unmanned aerial vehicles on the TCG Anadolu marks a groundbreaking achievement in world history and underscores its importance. And it's talking about the drone, by the way. And the Bayraktar drone has been very famous. The Ukrainians were using it in the beginning of its war, in the beginning of their war with Russia. The Azeris used it to defeat the Armenians. The drone has been used, I believe, in Ethiopia. So the Turkish defense industry has become world famous, and it's only going to grow. And this is a part of Turkey really projecting its power. Smoking will be later on. I was actually planning on doing that, but right now I'm reading. So it says here that the steps taken to transform the Turkish Navy into a global actor encompasses half a century of preparation. Notably, the launch of the TCG Anadolu can be considered a historical milestone. With the addition of the TCG Anadolu warship, the Turkish Navy has become on the top 5 global powers, possessing large helicopter carriers according to international rankings. I made this in red, made this one in blue. According to 2025 data from the World Directory of Modern Military Warships, the Turkish Navy ranks as the 10th most powerful naval force globally. So the 10th most powerful navy in the world is now the Turkish Navy. That's big. And I think it's going to grow. I think it's going to grow up. It's going to raise itself up in the ranks in the top 10 list of the biggest navies. I think Turkey's going to get bigger. And it really just goes to show that Turkey is reviving its empire. You see Turkey in Syria, you see Turkey in Libya, and so you see Turkey now further entrenching itself in the Horn of Africa. And they're gonna, from what I read, they are planning to make a basically a commercial deal or a trade deal with Djibouti. And Djibouti is on the Red Sea. It's right across from the Arab Peninsula. So the Arabs are terrified. You see Turkey deepening itself in Ethiopia, deepening itself in Somalia. Somalia is right on the Gulf of Aden, which again is right across from. It's the Gulf of Aden is where you have Yemen, and so the Arabs, the Gulf Arabs, are terrified of the rise of Turkey. And I've talked about this many times. If the Arabs were not terrified, then why in the hell did they conspire to orchestrate a coup overthrowing Omar al-Bashir in Sudan? Omar al-Bashir was the dictator of Sudan. He was a strong ally of Turkey, and the fact that he was such a strong ally of Turkey terrified the Saudis, terrified the UAE, because the Arabs do not want a serious Turkish presence in the Horn of Africa, because that would mean a serious Turkish presence right across from the Arab Peninsula. Right across from the Red Sea. And so they don't like the idea of a strong Turkish presence in the Horn of Africa, because that could mean the possibility of Turkey attacking the Arab Peninsula from the Horn of Africa, which is right across from the Arab Peninsula. And the only thing between the Arab Peninsula and the Horn of Africa is the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. So the Arabs don't like this at all. And remember, and I've said this before, the Arab Peninsula used to be under the Ottoman Empire, which means the Ottoman Empire is in the crosshairs of this aspiring Turkish Empire. With the addition of the new ships, the Turkish Naval Forces Command may surpass the navies of France and the United Kingdom. This progression indicates that the Turks, who had one of the world's largest naval forces until the late 19th century, are returning to the global naval power competition. The Ottoman Empire lost its global naval ranking following the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878, and subsequently focus on its land forces. In the 21st century, the trend seems to have reversed, with the Turkish Navy striving to become a global power. This transformation is closely linked to the advancement of the Turkish defense industry and highlights how Turkey is advancing in maritime activities. So it says here that considering that the Turkish armed forces is ranked as the world's 9th most powerful military in international rankings, the significance of the Turkish defense industry becomes even more apparent. So the Turkish defense industry is growing. The Navy is now the 10th most powerful Navy in the world. The overall Turkish military is the 9th most powerful military in the world. So it is a very serious force. The Turkish Navy is being built as a global power to protect the natural resources discovered in the Eastern Mediterranean, that's natural gas, and to strengthen Turkey's energy independence. The recently launched TCG Izmit frigate can be considered the latest example of this construction activity. So it's about getting the natural gas from the Eastern Mediterranean, and this is why the Turks and the Greeks are rivaling right now over the Eastern Mediterranean, because the Turks want to take the natural gas, and they don't mind even encroaching on Greece's maritime territory, Cyprus's maritime territory, but not only that, Israel's maritime territory they want to encroach upon. That's why the Israelis and the Cypriots and the Egyptians and the Greeks, they're all collectively terrified of Turkey's naval presence in the Eastern Mediterranean. They're very concerned by this because they know that Turkey wants to take control of the Eastern Mediterranean to extract the natural gas from that maritime territory. Turkey wants to be, as the article says, energy independent. Doesn't want to have to rely on Russia for independence, for its energy. It wants to be reliant on itself in regards to military technology and energy. So what are you seeing? You are truly seeing the rise of Turkish power. I heard the USAF is the largest air force in the world. The second largest is the United States. The U.S. Navy, sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's not a surprise. America is the most powerful country in the world right now. U.S. navies are used to project power. Turkish Navy is rebuilding its fleet to include an aircraft carrier and a destroyer that could reach Indian Ocean. I can see the clash with Turkey versus Iran and Israel. So it says here, it is understood from the latest figures that the number of projects carried out in the Turkish defense industry exceeded 1,000 and will reach $100 billion by 2025. With an increase in export capacity, the Turkish defense industry is expected to become self-sufficient. There's that word, self-sufficient, independent of public funds, and has already become one of the world's largest defense industries. This success is largely due to investments spanning over 50 years. So there you go. Self-reliance, independence. What words are we hearing here? Self-reliance, independence, being independent of what? American power. That's what this is about. We are seeing the world being reduced to a multipolar world. We are seeing the revival of empires. The Russian Empire, the Turkish Empire. But I think we will also see the revival of the German Reich as well. And you're going to see the Japanese working to have its own sphere of influence in East Asia. And the Chinese and the Japanese, what are they rivaling over? Who's going to run the sphere of influence in East Asia? Who's going to be the biggest dog in Asia? Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia. And so eventually the Chinese and the Japanese are going to clash. And the rivalries, the conflicts of the past are going to come back. The ongoing increase in warships added to the Turkish Navy alongside developments in air power should not be interpreted independently of global developments. Events in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean have heightened interest in the Turkish Navy. Consequently, the Turkish naval defense industry is advancing toward becoming a global actor at a time when the Royal Navy of the UK is undergoing reductions. But notice what's said here in the article. Black Sea, Mediterranean. Those two regions, those two maritime regions are competed over are competed over by who? The Turks and the Russians. The Turks and the Russians are fighting over the Black Sea. They're competing over the Black Sea, not literally fighting, but they are rivaling. They are vying over the Black Sea. What do the Russians want? The Russians want direct access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea. They don't want to be confined to the Black Sea. It's very similar. It's the same damn thing that was concerning to the Russians before World War I, where you had the what do we call it? The Bosnian crisis. What was the Bosnian crisis about? It was about Russian access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea. And who controls the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean? I've said it a million times, it's Turkey. So Russia's access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea is controlled by Turkey, which means there's going to be a clash between those two countries, just as there was a clash in World War I. What happened before World War I? The Turks told the Russians, we'll give you access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea, don't worry, just allow the Austrians to annex Bosnia. And I wouldn't doubt that a similar thing happened before the Russians left Syria. I wouldn't doubt that the Turks told the Russians, listen, let us take Syria, leave Syria alone, and we're going to give you access into the Mediterranean. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't be surprised that that was the deal that was going on behind the curtains. So there you go. There you go. What else do we have here? So we read this. We read the Catholic Church article. And I have two more articles to read, guys. So here we go. This is a test of will here. This is a test of mental willpower. Streaming is a test of mental willpower. Oh, man. All right, we have two more articles to read, and then we can do music or smoking or whatever. So let's read this article here. This is about Europe and what the potential effects of what Trump wants to do might have on Europe, or what possibly could happen in regards to Europe's current state. You know, because Trump is talking about tariffs, and Trump is talking about giving the burden of Ukraine to the Europeans, and so there's been a lot of talk about this, and there's been a lot of discourse on what could happen to Europe in light of Trump's MAGA agenda. So let's look at this article. I highlighted the best parts. This is from Foreign Policy. Oh, I kind of disappeared there. Damn. Here I am. This is from Foreign Policy, and it says here, Europe is not ready for Trump 2.0. Europe is not ready. So let's give this a read here. Europe is far from equipped for the challenges of Trump's second term as president. So what this article basically says is the Europeans have been working very hard to appease Donald Trump. They're saying, okay, we'll buy American natural gas. Okay, we'll spend more on our militaries. But what the article says here is that it's possible that Trump is not going to care how much the Europeans tried to appease him, because Trump wants to get the Europeans to become militarily strong so that the Europeans can deal with the Russians, so that the Americans can then deal more and focus more of their energy on the Chinese. You see, this is what this article basically says. So it says here that bribes and flattery may mollify Trump temporarily, but neither is likely to derail his plans to shift U.S. military commitments away from Europe. Europe may soon find itself exposed, lacking both the U.S. security blanket and a viable alternative of its own. And it just brings to mind this whole thing with Greenland. You know, it's possible that nothing will happen. It's possible that the Americans will make a deal with the Danish to use Greenland as more of a military base, or, you know, to have an agreement in which the Americans will be allowed to put more military bases, right? That's possible. It's possible that there will be no further tensions between the Danish and the Americans. It's possible that there will be no friction, no serious friction between the Americans and the Danish. But it's also possible that the Americans will annex Greenland. And if that happens, then this topic of Europe being more militarily independent will only amplify even more. That's if America annexes Greenland. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. So it says here that bribes and... Okay, I already read this. Europe may soon find itself exposed. Okay, I already read this. For Trump and his advisors, European complacency poses a challenge to one of their core objectives, shifting Europe's defense burden onto NATO allies. So basically, Ukraine, we want the burden of Ukraine to be put on the shoulders of Europe. We want the burden of Ukraine to be put on the shoulders of the Germans. Let the Germans get their military up. Let the Germans get their military nice and big and powerful, and that's what Trump wants. In fact, I remember when Trump and what's his name, the guy who was his vice president, Mike Pence. I remember when Trump and Mike Pence were in office the first time, during Trump's first term. Pence is no longer there, but during Trump's first term, I remember Pence talking about how the Germans need to get their military more powerful, how they need to make their military stronger, and Trump was essentially saying the same type of thing, that the Germans need to pay more money and pay their fair share and all that. And what that did was it accelerated the conversation on Germany becoming more powerful, and it gave the Germans really a green light to do that. Now, they are Germans who don't want the German military to revive its might, but at the same time, they are Germans who do want that to happen, and they love the fact that Trump is pushing the Germans to revive their military strength, because they have this fantasy of reviving the Reich, or they have this fantasy of reviving Germany's military might. And do you know who wants to revive the German military? It's the AfD. The nationalists, the ultra-nationalists, the far-right militarist. They want to revive Germany's military might, Germany's military strength, and they want to make Germany in a way where it can project military power in Europe. So that's what we're looking at here. You know, we're looking at a revival of German military power, and Trump wants this to happen. Trump is giving the green light to the German militarists to do this. And I think it's going to happen. I think eventually the Germans are going to have a strong military again. So it says here, but the new administration does have some levers it can use to force Europe out of its reverie and signal the seriousness of its intentions, reducing the U.S. military footprint in Europe decisively early in his term and pushing security responsibilities onto European Union member states. So they are around 100,000 American soldiers in the EU. Trump has talked about withdrawing 20,000 of them, and that's a huge number. Trump definitely wants to do it. I know that Trump wanted to remove, I believe, a third of U.S. troops from Germany during his first term. So this is something that's been in Trump's agenda for a long time. The question is he going to do it? And the following question to that is, if he does do it, what will be the effects? And so if Trump does manage to do a major troop withdrawal out of Europe, because he'll say, you know, we got to focus on America, we got to focus on the border, then what that will do is it will spark a conversation on why the Germans need to get their military strong again. The Germans will say, we can't rely on the Americans as much as before. We got to make our military stronger. We got to revive our military might. That's what that will lead to if Trump actually manages to withdraw a substantial amount of troops out of Europe. So it says here that at the top of the list of goodies are pledges to spend more on defense, one of Trump's long-time demands. In recent weeks, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has been clear that Europe knows it must spend more. With many countries now at or above NATO's target of spending 2% of GDP on defense, European policymakers are discussing raising the goal to 3% in hopes that higher budgets, though still short of Trump's 5% ultimatum, might keep U.S. military forces committed to the continent's defense. So 3% of Germany's GDP, that's a lot of money, right? That's huge. You're talking a huge number of money for a military budget. a huge amount of money for a military budget. But Trump is saying that the Germans need to spend 5% of their GDP on their military. And now if Germany manages to spend just 5%, that is humongous. Then you're talking about a serious military revival in Germany. So Trump is really pushing the Germans to revive their strength. He's really basically saying, he's not saying MAGA, he's saying gamma. You know, gamma? No, GAGA. GAGA. Wait, no, damn. Make America Great Again. Make Germany Great Again. MGGA. So he wants MGGA. Make Germany Great Again. So he's part of he's really at the forefront of the MGGA. The MGGA movement, right? MIGA. I guess you could call it MIGA. Make Germany Great Again. The MIGA movement. So there's the MAGA movement, there's the MIGA movement. And he's a hard line MIGA guy. And it's amazing. I remember not too long ago, Donald Trump went on to a podcast and he said, well, look, the Germans are coming back. He said, the Germans are coming back, and this is not a good thing. And then the podcaster says, or podcasters, there were two of them, they asked Trump, well, what do you mean that this is bad? And Germany said, and Trump said, well, look at what happened the last times Germany rose up. You had World War I and World War II. So even Trump knows. That's the thing that people are so, oh my God. So Trump is working to revive German military strength, right? And then while Biden was president, Trump said, oh, look, the Germans are coming back. They're spending more money on their military, yada, yada, yada. This isn't good. So when Biden was president, Trump said, oh, look at the Germans trying to work to revive their military strength. This isn't good. And Trump utilized literally the same exact argument that I've been saying for years. World War I and World War II. Because I've been saying for years the Germans want to bring their military back. I've been saying this since 2016, since early 2016. And people would ask me, well, why do you think this is bad? And I would always say the same thing. Look at World War I, look at World War II. And people, oh, that's stupid, that's foolish. But Trump used the same argument when Biden was president. Trump said, the Germans are coming back, this isn't good. And he was asked, why do you think that's not good? And he said, World War I, World War II. It's a straightforward, simple argument. But my point is, Donald Trump is responsible for this. Because he was pushing for that when he was president during his first term. And now he's pushing it again. So he knows what he's doing is bad. That's the thing. Trump knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows the history. He says World War I, World War II. So he knows of the potentially dangerous results that will come as a result of reviving German military strength. He doesn't care. He wants it to happen. He wants Germany to revive its strength, even though he knows, based on the history, of the potential danger of pushing the Germans to revive their military might. These people know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, but, oh, they don't know. They're dumb. Oh, yeah, Musk is autistic. Yeah, these people know what they're doing. They're educated enough to know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. In fact, let's look for the interview in which Trump said that. Just to show you guys what I'm talking about. Let's see. We can go on X. You can't find it on YouTube because YouTube is so freaking... YouTube tailors its search results so much. It's ridiculous. Trump Germany. Let's see. World War II, World War I. Let's see if we can find the video. Hopefully it won't be that difficult. Let's see. Media. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not finding it on X either. Trump, Germany. World War I. Let's see if we can find this. Amazingly, I can't find it on X. That's crazy. Let's see here. Trump military, Germany. Let's see if I can find it. Can't find it. It's unbelievable. And remember, Trump likes to talk about his German genes. Have you ever guys noticed that? Have you guys ever noticed that? That he'll talk about, oh, I'm proud of my German genes, proud of my German heritage. He knows what he's doing. He wants this. He does. He wants it. And he saw Musk giving the salute. He didn't care. He wants this thing to happen.
I will.
Yeah, I can't even find it. Let me see if I can find it in the World War I. See if I can find it in just the regular search results on X. Can't find it, can't find it, can't find it, can't find it, can't find it. Can't find it. Man, X is really hiding this stuff, not surprisingly. Let's look at... Let's see here. World War I. What happened to my music? Yes, YouTube, I'm listening. I can't even find it on Google. Let's look at Yandex. They're really hiding this stuff. They don't want people to think about this stuff, I guess. Trump, Germany, World War I. I found it on Yandex. So much easier to find things on Yandex. Yeah, I want to... No, I can't find it on Yandex. Never mind. He said it on a podcast. Why is it so difficult to find something so simple? Can't find it. I give up. Forget it. Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. The period from the end of World War II to today is the longest period in which Germany has remained without a war. It's true. It's true. But, you know, I guess their militarism is long overdue. But it's true. And Trump knows exactly what he's doing. I remember seeing that podcast and Trump said, well, look, you see the Germans, you know, they're working to get their military up again. And then the guy said, well, why do you think that's bad? He said, well, look at World War I, World War II. Simple logic. Simple logic. They know what they're doing. It's very simple. But he doesn't care. Doesn't give a shit. So if Germany's military starts rising under Biden, oh, that's bad. World War I, World War II. But if it happens under Trump, that's a good thing. Poland spends 4.7%. Yeah, Poland spends a lot of money on its military. I think Poland is now the biggest military spender in the EU. Correct me on that if I'm wrong. Let's go back to this article, shall we? Europe also hopes to use economic alignment and engagement with Washington to avoid spats over trade and defense. Christine Lagarde, president of the European Central Bank, for instance, has called for Europe to adopt a checkbook strategy, buying more U.S. natural gas and weapons. So they're trying to appease Trump by buying American products. Other European policymakers have urged their counterparts to more vigorously adhere to U.S. export controls and de-risking initiatives aimed at Beijing, implying a possible bargain, Europe's help economically, if not militarily, with Washington's contained China agenda in return for U.S. support against Russia. So the Europeans are hoping, well, okay, we'll help the Americans against China. And in return, America can help us against Russia. But is that going to happen? We have yet to see. We'll see what's going to happen. Concessions on economic or China policy may buy some time for Europe, but are unlikely to deter Trump. Shifting NATO's defense burden to Europe is a top priority for Trump and his inner circle, one of which they may have little willingness to compromise. So basically it's saying, listen, the Europeans can appease Trump as much as they want. It might work temporarily, but eventually, the Americans are going to tell the Europeans, we're going to put the burden of Ukraine on you guys, and you guys need to build up your own militaries. We're not going to help you. Many countries are more focused on Ukraine and the consequences of a U.S. pullback from that war than on bolstering their own defenses. Well, BC, here's the thing. It says here, many countries are more focused on Ukraine than on bolstering their own, skipped it. What happened? Oh, damn. Here we go. Many countries are more focused on Ukraine and the consequences of a U.S. pullback from the war than on bolstering their own defenses. But you see, if they're focused on the U.S. pulling back from the war between Ukraine and Russia, then that means that they are focused on bolstering their own defenses, because if they believe or if they suspect that the Americans are going to pull back from the Ukraine problem, then they know that they have to build up their militaries to independently deal with Russia as opposed to being reliant on the United States. So the Germans are definitely focused on making their military strong again. All this leaves Europe badly out of sync with an impatient U.S. administration about the degree and speed with which burden shifting could occur. But Trump's second term will likely differ from his first. From 2016 to 2020, the primary voice calling for the United States to pull back from Europe was Trump himself. So they say, well, during his first term, nothing happened. Yes, but that's not because of Trump. That's because of the people around Trump. They did not want to fully acquiesce to what Trump was demanding. Most of his advisors opposed retrenchment and subscribed to Washington's elite consensus that shifting the burden to Europe would reduce U.S. influence and put U.S. security at risk. Today, however, the forces within the Trump administration pushing for the United States to commit fewer resources to European defense are much stronger. So the isolationists, the people who want European countries to rebuild their militaries, the people who want Germany to revive its military strength, they are much stronger than they were when Trump was in office the first time. You see, there's a growing sentiment among Republicans that Washington has paid far more than its fair share in Ukraine and elsewhere. Then there's a strong push from so-called prioritizers, people who want to prioritize the United States over other countries, such as Elbridge Colby, the administration's nominee for Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, who argued that Washington should focus most of its resources on the Indo-Pacific, where its most pressing interests and most serious rival are located. He's talking about China. Now, this guy, Mr. Elbridge Colby, this is a very interesting character, I will say, because Elbridge Colby is a hardcore American isolationist. He wants America to focus more on itself and other countries, but he goes farther than that. Eldridge Colby has made it quite clear that he don't really give a damn about Israel. And the fact that he could be in the government, and the fact that he is in Trump's inner circle, political inner circle, really shows that the forces of isolationism or non-interventionism, who are so adamant about what they want to the point that they don't even want America to even help Israel, that circle of people or that ideology has grown tremendously strong, or at least it has grown stronger. And I want to show you guys a video of Eldridge Colby basically saying should we really be continuously helping Israel? Do we really want to sit here and just help Israel? Do we want to continue to be involved in that war? And of course, they make it difficult to find the video. But let's look at Elbridge Colby. He said it on the Tucker Carlson show. And of course, I can't find the video. They make it. This is so annoying. It should be so obvious. Israel, Tucker Carlson. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it here.
Charting the direction, and he has people under him who are genuinely trying to put that into place. I think if you build it, they will come. And here's the other thing. Bear in mind that since 2008, the Democrats have been in control almost the whole time. And before that, it was the Iraq War group. So a lot of the people who've made it to the top of a very flat pyramid, they know how to, like, here's the thing about the military. And you look at people like John Kelly being out there, moralizing and calling President Trump a fascist, which is like absurd and inappropriate and terrible on its face. But it's also like, you look at it sociologically, you're like, this is going to have some pathologies.
Colonels?
Yeah. Like, he has 4 stars.
Famous.
Kind of through the back door importing some of those things. But so you get to this point where you think that you're like, well, I'm speaking in front of a large group of people who are like out there in the field, or vaporized in a nuclear explosion with Russia. Of course, that means you don't stick. And I was like, thank you. I'm delighted. I think that's like to stand up for these principles that we can't even stop the Houthis, like a third or fourth.
For the big national state.
Right?
That's right.
And frankly, a willingness to buck the system. And this to me is like, and I'm certainly far from the only person to make this point. I think you have as well. It's like President Trump ran against the system. And that is so important because.
Hold on a second. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know why it's so difficult to find a video. Good night. And I appreciate that, Joseph. I don't know why it's so freaking difficult. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. I type in Elbridge Colby, Israel, Tucker Carlson, and there's no hits. But all the hits, all the search results have nothing to do with what Colby said about Israel on the Tucker Carlson show. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. They don't want these opinions to be known. They don't want people to know the fact that there's somebody in the Trump administration or someone within Trump circles who just doesn't want America to be helping Israel. Nothing. It's just so retarded. But anyway, yes, Elbridge Colby, he doesn't want the United States to be helping Israel. Elbridge Colby, grandfather, was a director of the CIA. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all, but Colby doesn't want America helping Israel. He's made it clear. He said, why do we really want to get ourselves further entangled in the Middle East because of Israel and yada, yada, yada. So it really shows that this idea that America should always be helping Israel is declining. And also, let's remember, and I'll just add this one more thing in this regard. I truly believe that in the future, it is going to be a selling point for a politician to say, I am not paid by AIPAC. Because if you look at the current day Congress, most of these Congress people are getting money from AIPAC. And it's a minority of congressmen who are not getting money from AIPAC. So I think in the future, it is going to be a selling point for politicians to come out and say, I am not funded by AIPAC. I think it's going to be a major selling point. That's what I think. And the fact is that you already have politicians saying, I'm not funded by AIPAC. And they're already using that as a selling point. But my point is that using the word point too much, my contention is that this is going to become a major trend in the future. So let's go back to this article, or at least tends to. Isn't that a good thing that your country is distancing itself from Israel? It's good in the sense that we don't have to worry about American tax dollars going to pay for some racist ass Jewish agenda. But at the same time, I understand the greater ripple effect that it would have. America gives money to Israel, and because of that, America can sort of pull the strings that are attached to Israel through that money. If the money is no longer being sent into Israel, if Israel is cut off from American money, Israel is just going to say, there's no point of us in being civil. There's no point of us in being restrained in any way. The only thing that keeps Israel fully restrained is American money. Once that money goes away, Israel will say there's no point. And Israel will actually become more murderous than it already is. And that's one thing that you have to keep in mind, or at least you should keep in mind. So if Israel has no restraint, Israel will quickly accelerate into full-on violent Jewish fanaticism. What's the point of keeping the Al-Aqsa Mosque? We should just build a temple there. I mean, this place is historically Jewish. The Jewish temple was historically where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is. So why keep the mosque there? Let's just demolish it. Let's build a temple. And what will happen in such a situation where you have this very intense spark of Jewish fanaticism is the moderates of Israel, the people who are not religious, or the people who are religious but they're not fanatics, they're going to say this is wrong, this isn't right, and they're going to try to resist it, or they're going to try to go against it. And there will be violence between the Jews, and the fanatics will kill the moderates, just like the fanatics killed the moderates before the destruction of the temple. And they're going to say, what's the point of being restrained? Let's kill our enemies. Let's kill the Arabs. Let's kill all these people. Let's kill whoever we want. And they're going to feel like they're on top of the world. And our Russian audience member here, he poses a very good question. Would that also signal to the rest of the Middle East to go on open season on Israel? Yes, absolutely. And I suspect that Israel being absent of any restraint will give the pretext for Turkey and Iran to say, let's go open season on Israel in the name of destroying a tyrannical and violent state. And you'll have Holocaust 2.0. That's my suspicion. So the article goes on to say that, let's read the rest of it here. Hold on, let me get the screen down here. And so it says here, finally, the Defense Department is increasingly, if quietly, concerned about budgetary issues, shrinking stockpiles, and the strain that multi-theater deployments place on limited personal systems. So in other words, we've spread ourselves too thin. We got too many soldiers in Europe. The Germans have over 80 million people. The French have a huge population. Why not just get them to protect Europe And that's what's going to happen, I believe. So Israel will go for the Samson option if shit hits the fan. I mean, Israel is a very powerful country militarily. It's not an easy country to go to war with. But if there is no America to restrain Israel, and America just becomes a Jewish Third Reich and just goes full-on genocidal, and if you have so much violence to the point where the Muslim world is going to be screaming for a hero will arrive to save the Muslims, to save the Palestinians in this case, from the Israelis, from the Jews. And Turkey will present itself as a hero, and Iran will present itself as a conquering hero who will save the Muslims from the evil Zionists, and that's what's going to happen, I believe. Good night, sweet body fit. You see? That's what I think. But while these steps are dramatic by European defense standards, they are at least 10 years too late. Joint defense among European states remains embryonic. Their militaries are too small and lack key technology or combat enablers such as in-fight refueling, intelligence, surveillance, nor do they have a common system of command and control outside the existing US-dominated NATO framework. Put bluntly, Europe's militaries are not even remotely ready for prime time. So Europe is going to have to, if Europe is going to have powerful militaries, and let's be real here, it's really Germany that they're focusing on. If Germany doesn't have the full capacity that it needs to be, or the full capabilities to be militarily self-sufficient, then it's going to take time for the Germans to really revive their military strength. But I believe that it will happen. Worse, there is no real sense of urgency about making the investments required to establish an independent European defense. Many European policymakers talk as if defense coordination were a generational problem to be solved. The head of the French aerospace company Dassault, for instance, told the Financial Times in March 2024, the reality of building a European defense industry is it's going to take many years and even many decades. Europe's leaders engage in bargaining, hoping for clarity on what they can expect from the United States in the future and explain all the reasons why they cannot, politically or economically, replace Washington's contribution to their security. However, with a Trump administration poised to lean on burden shifting, European leaders may find that these excuses fail to win them much of a reprieve. So the Europeans are saying, hey, listen, America, we still need you. We'll buy this stuff from you. We'll buy your natural gas. We'll pay a lot of money for our military defenses, blah, 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 but please don't leave Europe. And it's possible that the Americans are just going to tell the Europeans, it's on you. You guys are now going to be the main defenders of Europe. The most obvious step would be to withdraw. So the article says, okay, what could the Americans do to push the Europeans to re-strengthen their militaries, or to strengthen their militaries? And the article says, well, a good way for the Americans to incentivize European militarism is for the Americans to do a major military withdrawal out of Europe. And so it says here that the most obvious step to incentivize the Europeans to revive militarism would be to withdraw a substantial number of U.S. military forces from Europe soon. This is easier said than it sounds. Under former President Joe Biden, the number of U.S. military forces in Europe increased by at least 20,000, with the risk of broader war in Europe far lower than in 2022. These forces could be pulled back without significant risk or hassle. This would signal to Europe that Trump's team is serious about rapid burden shifting. So if Trump pulls 20,000 troops out of Europe, that will send the signal to the Europeans, we're serious, you guys need to revive your militaries, especially Germany. Defense plans could be rewritten to give European forces primary responsibility in certain scenarios, pushing them to assume a bigger role and providing a more acute motivation to build their military forces. Reducing U.S. involvement in the war in Ukraine itself can be a step toward a more balanced U.S.-European defense relationship, allowing the administration to push Europe to step up and meet some of Ukraine's armament or funding needs outside the U.S. security umbrella. However hard that the Trump administration chooses to press Europe, though, it is increasingly acknowledged in Washington, even among diehard transatlanticists, that burden shifting is coming to NATO. So the article is saying that it's known in Washington that the Americans will eventually just tell the Germans, you guys take care of Ukraine. European leaders may have lulled themselves into a false sense of optimism, believing that they have figured out the formula to persuade Trump, but his concerns on European defense are no longer a passing whim. They are increasingly common wisdom. Europe needs to wake up to reality. Its security free riding is over. So this article really does reflect what a lot of people within Washington are thinking. It is from Foreign Policy, which is just the CIA outlet. So this is what people within the CIA are thinking. This is what people within Washington are thinking. They're thinking, we gotta just tell the Europeans, listen, guys, you guys mooching off of us is over. You guys need to get your militaries back up in order, and all that. Oh gosh, I've been here for almost 5.5 hours. I'm gonna get a drink of water, guys, and I'll have a smoke, and then we can do music. How about that? We can do some musical recommendations. 27 people are watching. All right. One moment, guys. Let me get a drink of water. Hold on. here's the problem with me playing music. I thought about it. The problem with me, every time I play music, all right, this is what happens. Not this music. The music I'm playing right now, all the background music I'm playing right now has 0 copyright strikes that can come out of it if you play them. The problem with me playing the music you guys recommend is every single time I play it, YouTube sends me an email the next day saying, your video, your stream is blocked from these countries. And if I play a Russian song, the VOD, whatever it's called, the VOD is blocked in Russia. If I play a song that's American, that has a big copyright thing, then can't do that. If I do, all this stuff. And so I want and people say, where's the VOD? Where do I get find it? I want the VOD to be visible without the copyright stuff. So maybe, I don't know. I kind of feel bad about saying it, but maybe I should just stop with the music recommendations. I'll be honest with you guys. Because every time I play it, I just get these emails from YouTube saying, oh, nope, your VOD is blocked. Your VOD is blocked. And Russians, I'm sorry, the Russian copyrights, every time you play a Russian song that has a major copyright on it, it's just blocked. That's it. Nope, blocked in Russia. That's it. So I don't know if I should play it or not. I will say, though, this tobacco is really good. Yes, actually, your question about YouTube in Russia. Yeah, I will get... YouTube will let me know your video is blocked in these countries, and every time it's always the same thing: blocked in Russia, blocked in Belarus, blocked in those Slavic post-Soviet countries. And it's just annoying. It's not a bad idea. If you want to restart the stream, I could just end this stream and then restart a new one to do music. We could replace music time with Elden Ring. That'll be great. The music I'm playing right now is from Elden Ring. I don't know. I think maybe next week we'll try that out. It's kind of too late right now. But I am enjoying this music with the tobacco. I just don't want my VODs to be blocked. I don't know why. I don't want them to be blocked. Plus, it's kind of late over here. How about this? How about this? Next week, we will, what I'll do is I will, I'll end the stream and then I will do a new stream for music. Right now, it's kind of too late, to be honest with you guys. Oh, okay, hold on. I can play Skyrim music. Video game music has no copyright issues at all. You know what, guys? Fuck it. We'll just restart the stream. We'll just do it now. Why the fuck not? Who cares?
Are you
Who cares, guys? Lorecan. Let's check this out. Skyrim soundtrack. Nice. Nice. I'm definitely going to save this one for my background music. It's a music from a mod. Oh, I see. That's nice. Really good. Really good music. Let's smoke to this one. Is it copyrighted? Let's see. I don't think so. I've played Skyrim music before and nothing's ever happened. Skyrim is one of those games that you play it and you're thinking, wow, the music is so much better than the game. Would I rather live in Skyrim or Elden Ring? That's a good question. I don't know. Probably Skyrim. Elden Ring is just everywhere you go, there's monsters. I mean, everywhere you go, there's a boss fight. Boss fights, knights. This you can't breathe in Elden Ring. I feel like the Skyrim is just Ukraine and Stormcloaks are Azov. Interesting. I haven't played Skyrim, so I wouldn't know. I don't know Elden Ring lore, but in Skyrim there are like hundreds of hells you could accidentally end up in, not of your own fault. Damn, really? Is it a difficult game? Skyrim is Sturgia. Oh, damn. It's probably better than Elden Ring. Elden Ring, it just seems like you're in a ghost town when you play that game. Like there's nothing there. I don't know. Maybe I'll just replace the music thing with like Smoke in Time. I don't know. I don't know. I have learned some very good songs from you guys, though, I will admit. But it's just every time I do the stream and we do the music, as much as I love doing it, I always almost, actually not almost, always, I get a message from YouTube saying, you copyright, you did copyright, your video's blocked. And people are, where's the vlog? Like, this is blocked, and that's blocked, and this is blocked. And I'm just like, man, dude, it's literally reaction content. I'm not even breaking the rules, but YouTube says I'm breaking the rules. Lore-wise, the Elder Scrolls is far deeper than anything I've ever seen. Really? Missed you last Friday? I actually didn't do a stream last Friday. Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean now. Yeah, I always feel bad when I don't do streams, when I don't do the Friday stream, but here I am. Here I am. This music is awesome. Great music. It's not a bad idea, Elon. We can do that. I don't know why this thing keeps going out. Really good stuff. I've tried to beat the Elden Ring video game, and it's just absolutely impossible. I'm still stuck in Malakath. I haven't beaten Malakath yet. Really good stuff. You're right. I probably packed it too tight. Arma 3 has a great soundtrack. I haven't checked that out. All right, guys. Yeah, it was a very good stream. It was. It'll be probably a better stream next week, God willing. And I had a lot of fun. We talked about a lot of interesting things: rise of Germany, expansion of Turkey. We've talked about a potential revolution in Egypt. I'll check out Arma 3. And yeah, had a lot of fun. Anyway, guys, I'll be making videos out of this stream by just taking excerpts from it. So you'll see more of me, and I'll be, God willing, making more pre-recorded videos for the channel. I have a video that I uploaded today on the Vatican and eugenics. Go check it out when you get a chance. It's a really good video, very informative. And that's it. Next week we will do, God willing, another stream, and it'll be better than this stream. Appreciate it, Eli. Appreciate it, Master Driver. See you later, Mr. Privet. See you later, Eli, Meister Jack, Goose Hunter, Rusty, Susan, Alexis Corral, SMY, Killer Bob. Thank you guys for joining me. Had a lot of fun. Grace. And see you guys next time. God bless you guys. Be well. You guys just heard some